Hey, welcome back. Yeah, we have sound here. Hold on a second. Let me double check. 1 second. Come on, man. Arr. Oh, let's see. All right, let's see here. Wrong setting. Well, do we have sound here, ladies and gentlemen? Was one person watching, please? One moment. Let's see here. All right. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Orloff Show, here coming to you live on the amazing August 1st, 2024. Who knows what amazing surprises await us in the month of August? Look at all the stuff that happened in July. August should be just as much fun. And we're going to be organizing this comic room, and I'm not going to stop until it's organized. And that's going to all happen live. And you can witness it. And you can talk to me while I organize it, or perhaps come on and give me some words of encouragement, perhaps. But mainly, what you guys need to do is follow this GoFundMe. My wife has been in a lot of pain and distress and depression. And we need to raise a little bit of money. So if you want to support this amazing network, the Orloff Inspirational Network, you can do that with a small donation. And if you don't have the ability to do that, just, a prayer. No thoughts, just prayers. Don't give me thoughts and prayers, just prayers. And if you can donate $20, $30, that would be fantastic. And I appreciate the 11 of you that have already donated. That's fantastic. You kind of know who your friends are. And then the few friends that said, well, don't have any money right now, completely understandable, but you're in our prayers. Well, that's cool too. So let's make that 12 because someone said that to me. So anyway, so we're up here having lots of fun potentially on this Thursday broadcast. We're going on a little bit early today because well, why not? And mainly boredom. And because if I start earlier, I'd finish earlier. So if you watched the last amazing broadcast, that was why that was just yesterday that I did a show. And I don't know if you've watched that. Kevin at Gotham City said he didn't get a notification. So maybe you're completely unaware that that show is even up. But I did a show where I did some product reviews and some comic book filings. If you want to watch that, let's see what this person. EMSH. Hey, Grot, show us those House of Mysteries and Warrens. Oh, this must be Sal that's talking. Yeah, I found the House of Mysteries, and right when I was about to show them on the last show yesterday, I got a mysterious phone call coming through because I recorded on my phone. And I didn't know who it was, and I thought maybe it's something important, and it turned out just to be one of those sales marketing type people. Anyway, House of Mysteries, yes, we will. Yes, indeed. But make sure you're donating. And the link is in the chat also. It's right. Ooh, the camera, the priceless camera almost fell right over. Let's see here. This is the GoFundMe. So if you send a little bit of money to that, it really would be appreciated. It really would be, man. If this show has given you any entertainment over the last 5 years, we just had our 5th anniversary last week, but there wasn't a lot of fun celebrating it because my wife was in a whole lot of pain. It's like, I can't go on celebrate 5 years of doing long broadcasts. That anyway. So I was looking for this yesterday. This is an ACG comic, and because I need to file it while this box is out. No. This box is labeled ACG and EC comics, so putting this Forbidden Worlds number 135 into the box. Okay. Well, here's Unknown Worlds, but I need Forbidden Worlds. Where's Forbidden Worlds? Jungle Adventures. Ventures into the... Oh, here we go. Here's Forbidden Worlds 145. And this one is 135. Of course, Forbidden Worlds. Oh, here's 114. This is an early appearance of Kirby. Of course, ACG put out this great comic, Kirby, which I highly recommend to you. Okay. One comic filed. Could someone, if someone's going to be watching, could someone keep tally marks how many comics actually file into boxes? That would be one tally mark. Oh, House of Mystery. Oh, I see the problem. That will keep me from getting my thumb into the camera range. Why, look, it's Kevin Johnson from Gotham City Comics, Arizona, coming on. And looks like he didn't pay the light bill, possibly. Ah, there we go. What's going on in Mesa, Arizona? I was just talking to Kevin right before the broadcast. He said he has a rat Fink in the Red Baron's plane that he just got in. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I can hear you.
I got a new Zagoni Studios mask. Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh, my gosh. I need to give you full screen for this amazing thing. Holy smoke. That comes with the glasses?
No, I added those.
Oh, that's fantastic. I wish that Trump had chosen this guy as his vice president. I don't know. Vance will be okay, but I wish Vance could have this mask permanently glued to his face so he would look like this the rest of his life. That's who I want to have as president. Someone that looks like that. That's fantastic. So this mask is from what company?
Zagoni Studios. This
Okay.
is the. This is the. This is
Yeah,
like a $30 mask. They make a $70 one that's better, but this one's good enough, I think.
that's pretty good. Yeah. Because when they bring the next COVID in, you can wear that into the supermarket and you say, hey, I'm wearing a mask. What are you complaining about?
These glasses are cool too.
Yeah. You ought to ask if you can get prescription versions of those. Oh my gosh.
After I put this costume together, I feel like I've seen this character before.
Uh, well, possibly on CNN, one of the anchor people.
No, I could have sworn I wasn't the first one. I don't think I was the first one to do this. Like I've seen this before.
Uh,
Is there somebody on the internet that wears the same thing?
I don't know. I wish I was wearing it right now. What would
I
it
put it
cost to
I put it on
get?
and I put the glasses on, and it's already hard enough to see out of a mask, and then you put glasses on top,
Yeah.
and it made it like I was falling all over the place. Couldn't see where I was going, so I took it off.
Yeah.
I got my library cart. I gotta build it right now.
Oh, fun.
Is that the same company that you have?
I don't have any idea.
Yeah, there's a warranty with it too.
He's got what he's building is a cart like you see in libraries, with the librarians have the double-sided book carts that they wheel around to take the books to shelve them on up on the shelves after they've been returned. That's what he's building there.
This is the only instructions it came with.
My gosh.
I thought it was like a game of connect the dots or something.
Yeah, it looks like a standardized test that they'd make you take in high school.
Oh, and here's the rat Fink I was telling you about.
Okay, so that's not a model kit. That's already pre-built like that.
1/30th scale.
I wonder how they have the effect of the propeller spinning.
So it's 1/30th scale. What's this van over here? Oh, 1/18th. So the smaller, oh, okay, the smaller the number, the bigger it is.
Yeah, because 1 to 1 would be actual size.
Yeah.
So
So this is, it's a different scale than that van I was just looking at. Makes sense because it's a plane. Here's a little write up about them.
well, it's interesting. I mean, it's something that could have existed in the 60s, but I don't think Big Daddy Roth ever drew Rat Fink in a plane, but I could be wrong.
All right, we're gonna open it. There's no window on this box, but it has this easy to come off tape. Save that. I could reseal it if I needed to. Came off easy without ripping it. It's got weight to it. Yeah, it's got pretty good weight to it. Oh yeah, it weighs a few pounds.
Yeah. EMSH says, is that rat Fink made in China? Big Daddy rolling over in his grave. Oh, I think someone else is trying to come in. Oh, it's Paulo.
Good evening.
Hello there. Well, it's starting to be evening here. What is it, almost midnight there?
It's still 10:15.
We're unboxing a rat Fink in the Red Baron's plane.
I like this. This is nice. It comes with a pilot's license. Hey, what's up, man? I'll come back in a second.
All right. What's been up, Paulo?
Yeah, we're going. It's been very, very hot.
Yeah.
And the Olympics are on TV. So is the Portuguese bicycle tour. It's like the Tour de France, but in Portugal, so it's not as important.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the Olympics are that important anymore either. I don't think anyone takes that seriously.
Yeah, they messed up with a lot of things this year, and I'm not even talking about the spectacle on the inauguration show, but just the fact that they have to do months before the Olympics started, there were warnings that it would be impossible to run the triathlon events because of the river pollution, and they did anyway.
Well, the everyone here in this country, I don't know about over in Portugal where you're at, everyone's up in arms about this boxing match, or maybe it was two different boxing matches where they put a big
Well,
guy in the ring with a
here
girl.
nobody cares because we don't play boxing.
You don't. Well,
No, nobody noticed that there was a boxing event. So, but I did notice, and this is the thing that Joe Rogan was complaining about 7 years ago. So,
yeah, it's pretty weird, I must say.
it's that thing. The defenders of women's rights are lining up to see a man beat up a woman.
Well, because they say, well, that's a woman, so then therefore they're still defending women's rights. It's all just sheer lunacy. But man,
How's your house coming along?
oh well, they were supposed to kind of finish it up today and put in, the gutters and downspouts, but they they didn't come today, so I don't know what's up with that. So that's if you're asking about the outside of the house, if you're asking about me trying to organize, it's that's a whole different matter here. But things are coming along in here too. I don't know.
Well, you, how much do you? How often do you have to spend money on house maintenance?
On house maintenance,
Yeah, the big kind of maintenance.
well, like plumbing things, and
Hmm.
well, knock on wood, not too often, but my wife just got some kind of plan where they'll cover big problems when they arise with
Hmm.
you pay a certain amount and then they have you covered for large amounts if something major goes wrong. You know, it's kind of like health coverage or something.
Yeah.
We had that back in Texas, and she did that, and um, but we've just had a lot of extra expenses lately of all kinds, and kind of all
Yeah.
right.
A place the size of yours in my country would cost around 750,000, no matter the location.
Well, it was we didn't pay anywhere close to that. It
Yeah.
was this is it was basically I was able to sell the house that I inherited and buy this with some money left over, which immediately disappeared.
Yeah.
But it was damn. Um, yeah, it was like it wasn't even $200,000,
Oh.
and I
For
think it's gone.
200,
Supposedly, it's gone up in a little bit of value, but I don't know. The economy is all very strange.
yeah, for 200,000, you can buy a two-bedroom apartment about 70 to 150 miles away from a major population center. Over
7,200 miles? Is that what you
seven,
said?
no, 70 to 150
Oh,
miles.
oh, I was
Yeah.
thinking seventy two
No,
hundred. Is the country even that big?
no, no, no. Yeah, but yeah,
Um,
you can't live in a metropolitan area and pay 200,000 for a two-bedroom apartment. It doesn't exist anymore.
yeah. Well, does does what happened? Does an election in the United States affect your economy there? Do you feel?
Not the election. It depends mostly on your external politics, on your external policies.
Okay, so basically, do you feel that Trump being in office, as opposed to Kamala Harris, what would benefit Portugal the most?
Uh, well, if you guys invade Venezuela, it will bring the price of oil down by about 40%, and
Is
that'll
that what's being talked about there? That we're going to
no,
invade Venezuela?
no, nobody's talking about invading Venezuela. But that's the problem because Venezuela is the only OPEP member that's not in the Middle East. So if you guys actually pushed the Monroe Doctrine like you were supposed to, you would invade Venezuela so that you could bring the price of oil down.
Well, Venezuela is. I think they're sorting things out on their own.
They're not. They're
You
about
don't
to go
think?
into civil war.
But the army and everything is on the side of the guy that actually won, and the
No, they're not.
okay. So what is the actual situation?
The actual situation is that Maduro is still in control of the army and the police, and as long as he manages to keep paying the police, you will be able to maintain order in the large cities.
That's funny because that's not what I'm hearing here. Um, I'm hearing that the military has sided with the crowds and said, but I don't know. The legitimacy of news sources is very
Mhm.
suspect, no matter who you're listening to. I don't know.
But we had about 1.5 million people of Portuguese descent in Venezuela. About 300,000 of them escaped in the last 5 years. So they went back to their grandparents' region, which is the Madeira Island, which cannot cope with the extra 70,000 people like they did. Basically, the population went up by 30%.
Okay. So,
Yeah, it would be like putting the whole of the Bronx in Nantucket.
so what is the general opinion of what's going on? That the election was.
Oh, everybody agrees that the election was fraudulent, but nobody is really interested in doing anything about it. If they're waiting for Maduro's regime to fall, it's still going to take a while, probably another 2 or 3 years before you start seeing any discontent in the military.
I was hearing that they had wanted posters for him and that they were watching the airports to see if he was going to flee the country. And you're telling me he's still pretty securely in charge. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
no
the
chance.
truth, really. Well,
But there are images running around the internet, seeing on election day, the police going to polling places and kicking the table members out and bringing in trucks with ballots already filled.
yeah, it sounds very familiar. What happened here a few years ago, and is
Yeah.
probably about to happen again in 5 months. And people are predicting that same stuff could happen here. That's happening there. Texas is the size of 5 Portugals. The real estate prices in USA are going to be better naturally. Oh, real estate. Okay, he means real
Real
estate.
estate, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What did you think of this Wacky Races Road Warrior DC comic? You know about?
Uh, it sort of looked interesting, but it did not really go anywhere.
Yeah,
It's like you're trying to watch a Mad Max movie, but
right.
the main character's not doing anything.
Well, yeah, it's weird. I guess that was during the New 52 era or something. They
Yeah, yeah, a
I
little
didn't
bit
buy
later.
them at the time, but then I saw them like in dollar bins, and I thought, well, it's
Yeah,
weird.
they also did a Scooby Doo comic where where the ghosts took over the planet, and
Yeah,
the Flint and deconstruction of the Flintstones and the deconstruction of the Jetsons.
yeah.
But
This is
then,
what I'm. This look at this Judy Jetson here.
yeah,
It's very strange. Like, who would have thought to do this? I think the Scooby Doo comic has some people. There's some people that like
the
that.
they also did a Johnny Quest comic, and that one actually was pretty good.
Yeah,
Future Quest, because
right.
then all of the other all of the other superheroes, yeah, the superheroes and the action heroes from Hanna-Barbera all show up, and it's pretty cool. That one's pretty cool.
Well, I've got them all here under H. That's why I'm pulling them all out like
Yeah.
magically, because for Hanna Barbera, and
Well,
because
yeah,
it's all part.
exactly. You have a bunch of comics who are all part of
Same
the same
experiment.
editorial, yeah, of the same experiment. They're all part of one editorial experience. So yeah, you should keep them close to each other. You're not going to put Future Quest under F and Scooby Doo whatever on S and the
Yeah,
Jetsons on J, because then you don't know where they are. Now you know all of these comics featuring the reimagined Hanna Barbera are here in this box.
yeah. Well, that's what I've done. And anyway, I've been asked by someone that's watching right now to show House of Mystery comics. So that's why I'm in this box. It was at the bottom of a pile, so I've dug it out. So I'm gonna be showing. Let me get myself full screen. And of course, House of Mystery was a horror comic from that started probably in early 50s, 51 maybe, and in the 60s it became a superhero comic with Martian Manhunter around the Kennedy era, and then Dial H for Hero, and then um, few other heroes, and then they right when Dial H for Hero ended, I think the beginning of summer of 1968, they went back to a horror format, but it was Joe Orlando who had worked at EC, making it really look like old EC comics, and of course I was born in '65, and as I became aware of comics, House of Mystery was always around. So this is, I had this comic as a kid here that I'm about to show you, but this is not my childhood copy. I don't know what happened to that, but this I got later. I think my childhood copy would have been in better shape, even though I was buying it at age 6 or 7. But this is a House of Mystery from, it's issue 205, and this would be basically one of the first 20-cent issues. So the way I organize my comics, and I say this on just about every show, when I started my show 5 years ago, I was in the process of segregating the comics into different sections, which may have been one of the biggest mistakes I ever made. I probably should have just kept every comic alphabetical, regardless of genre or company, or whether I had underground comics mixed in with Marvel. It just was all alphabetical. But then I decided, why do I want um, something that looks like this next to something that looks like that? It's just they don't belong together. So the boxes back here, I wanted them all to be from early 70s back to the beginning of time. And then the boxes over here on this side, I wanted them to be Bronze Age and up. And so I just wanted to see nothing but 12, 15-cent comics, 10-cent comics all together, like it was an old collection that had been discovered. And that's the way I wanted to do it. So anyway, I have House of Mysteries before this issue, but they'd be back in these boxes, and they're not. It's going to be Martian Manhunter, and I don't have many of the '50s House of Mysteries, but it'll be a lot, Dial H for Hero, that kind of thing. But you look online. Oh man, there's a show that comes on exactly at the same time as this show normally comes on. This show, I started it, I don't know, about a dozen or more weeks ago, this Thursday night show. I'm just starting it early tonight. But normally I started at 6:30 because that gives me time to get dinner for my wife who's working on Thursdays, and I'm just going to take a break. I'll either point the camera at the wall or maybe someone will take over the show while I go get the food and eat. But about 3 weeks ago, another show moved to this night and started at exactly the same time, and it has a lot of the same people watch that show that watch this. And so what was my point? Oh, I watched their show last week after, the day after I couldn't watch it while I was filming my show. And the guy was like wondering, when does the Bronze Age start? Because he had a 15-cent DC comic or something, and he was wondering if that was Bronze Age. And then someone in the chat was saying, well, the Bronze Age starts with Conan the Barbarian #1. But there are other people say the Bronze Age started with the death of Gwen Stacy. And people have different opinions. The way I do it, it makes it real easy to organize, is I file. So this Silver Age starts with 10-cent comics. Then the beginning of 62, they go up to 12 cents. All the 15 cents comics are Silver Age. But then Marvel and DC both went up to 25 cents. DC longer than Marvel. And so during the time, I still consider those 25-cent larger issues to be Silver Age. And so when DC Marvel did it first, they cut the page count, went to 20 cents. and went to the strip across the top that says Marvel Comics Group. To me, that's the beginning of the Bronze Age. Everyone
Mhm.
else may disagree with that. Just how I do my own collection. I don't really.
Well, I
And
I
DC, the
do
same thing.
I follow Jamie Coville's idea,
Who's
which is
that?
that Jamie Colville is a historian. He has one of the oldest internet websites still existing. I found his website still back in the 1990s.
Is he a
So
comics historian or a historian that covers like
a co-
wars?
yeah, he's a comics historian. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
So Jamie Colville says that the difference between the Golden Age and the Silver Age, and the difference between the Silver Age and the Bronze Age, um, they must be set according to the first one to the introduction of the Comics Code, and the second with the first rewrite of the Comics Code. So I followed the idea, and I extrapolated that the changes between ages have nothing to do with any creative endeavor. They must be made with technical and legal considerations.
Well, you could do that, or you could just look at the general way the way of that society was. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously something had changed at this point because horror wasn't allowed from
Mhm.
1955 until 68, and I
Yeah,
guess
right. So it's
I guess that's when
that
they must have loosened up the comics code as far as
yeah.
horror in
Mhm.
'68 or late '60s or '7.
Yeah,
But
and
then the comics code was given another blow to the belly by the Spider-Man drug issue being
mhm,
accepted, and then that weakened the code. But the comics code as written would not allow living dead or vampires or
mhm,
werewolves. They and so as soon as that, it's just like when the Supreme Court said, about the word that starts with PO and ends with Y. I don't even want to talk.
mhm,
It's becoming so censored. I don't even want to say some of these words on here. Um, that all of a sudden, there was just an explosion of adult film theaters, and the DT movie was like the big all the everyone was all the it was the hip thing to go watch this movie. And um it's like as soon as you're allowed to do something, then it explodes. It's like it's all pin up. Okay, we can do that now. Well, let's
mhm,
so the whole comic book industry turned into horror by about 1970 and 71. When I was a 6-year old, I it was all comic books were pretty much all horror. Gold Key and Dell had Ghost Tales, Ghostly, whatever. There was DC had Ghosts and House of Mystery and House of Secrets, and then they had the Gothic Forbidden House of Sinister Love, and then Teen Titans had horror covers, and Batman had horror covers. The superhero comics looked like horror comics. It was just, and I love monsters, and so that was the perfect thing. So my first love were these horror comics, and so to me, this is the beginning of the Bronze Age because this is probably either the first or second 20-cent issue because just the way it's so emphasized there. So to me, this is the beginning of the Bronze Age. Um, I just That's just how I look at it. I mean, nobody's got a set, as far as I can tell, time, and I subscribe to the belief that there are other ages in there between the Golden Age and Silver Age.
yeah. I do like the people who say the atomic age, because
Yeah.
you do notice there's a certain stylistic shift between the end of World War II and then the beginning of the introduction of the Comics Code.
Well, yeah, it's a societal change, and you could what it is you had the superheroes fighting World War II, and after the war, it's like, well, we don't really need superheroes now. I
Yeah.
mean, because there's nothing for them to fight, and then so that era after I would say the late 40s and into the beginning of the 50s. You could call it the atomic age. Seems like I heard someone used to call it the uranium age. Maybe I dreamed that, but it makes sense. And as soon as and really, yeah, I guess people consider that. It's also was, when the comics code came in, between there were a couple of years between when the comics code came in and when the superheroes came back with the Flash
Yep.
coming back. There's 2 years there, and
And
but
it's not even
what happened then?
when the
It
Flash comes back, it's not instant. The
No,
Flash, there's 4 years between showcase number 4 and the Flash ongoing title. It took
but then
it
Green
took quite a while.
Lantern came along. I don't know
Yeah.
how many months there was or years between Flash and Green Lantern coming back in different forms. But yeah, that was the beginning, and then Justice League. There's a facsimile coming out Wednesday of the first issue of Justice League, which is not the issue with Sorrow. That's the first appearance of Justice League in Brave and the Bold. That's been done a bunch of times.
Mhm.
So really, what it was there was a rock and roll. The 50s had a wild rock and roll energy buried down underneath, and it was coming out through the EC and the crime and horror and all of that, and it's almost to the month from when the comic books were suppressed by the comics code that rock and roll exploded. It was like
Mhm.
whack-a-mole. You knock the
Yeah.
comics down and it comes up over here, and it's the same energy to me. I look at comic books and rock and roll as sort of synonymous. It's all part of kid culture, and I that's why I don't really accept comic books today, because I look at them as kid culture, and the comics today aren't really made for kids, and so I don't know. I just have my own little philosophy of things. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat room. EMSH. Am I the only comic book guy who hits Jack Kirby's heart? I'm a
Yes.
Wallywood, Russ Heath, John Everett, Bill Elder, Corbin Eisner kind of guy. Um,
Hey,
I
listen,
love
I'm.
Jack Kirby, but Jack Kirby had different phases in his career.
Mhm.
To me, in the Silver Age, he was fantastic. Jack Kirby needed an inker to kind of rein him in.
Mhm.
Yeah, it had to be the right guy, not someone that erases lines, but someone that could bring out the charm of it. And some inkers could do that. I am not as enthused as I hear people say, yeah, when Kirby came back to Captain America in 1975, 76, that was great. I was thinking, I was there. It was, it was pretty horrible. I mean, I could kind of squint and see the 1960s Captain America there, but it was like someone that was once great that had a stroke or something, and then he was writing his own stuff, and he can't write his way out of a paper bag, and um, he really can't. It's like what Meyer was had a video yesterday. He was talking about Commandy, and he was saying, well, Command. This is his opinion. He was saying Commandy was a terrible comic.
Yeah.
And he said, if you actually read it, if you're a little kid and you don't know how to read yet, you just look at the pictures. It's really cool. But Kirby, it's nothing against Jack Kirby. He just didn't have punchy dialogue. He had great ideas. But my older brothers, they were 10 years older than me, 9, 10 years older than me, and they were buying comics during the Silver Age when I was pooping my diapers, and they didn't buy Marvel. And I assume it's because they didn't like Kirby. They were only buying DC. And I think It's almost maybe like coffee. You've got to develop a taste. And then once
Yeah.
you realize, okay, Kirby, it's like looking at the universe through a whole different, it's like an alien world. Once you realize, oh, you look at it just the right time period, 1965, look at if you're first introduced to Kirby through the Galactus trilogy, you're going to love it's just a matter of when you're introduced to him. But, it's all a matter of taste. Charlton says, hey, Gratu, I hope your wife is feeling better. She is doing better. She's not doing perfect yet. I promise I'll get your package on. Oh, well, yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool, Charlton. Thank you. I actually don't have that House of Mystery that I show. Okay. Eric says, I file Marvel pre-crisis DC, post-crisis DC. Okay, pre-crisis DC. Okay, so he keeps his DC from before what would that be? 85, 86 crisis?
Yeah.
Post-cry old indies and modern indies separately, A to Z, starting to sound good. Yeah, that's how I used to do it. And okay, now I've got this problem because I started pulling my DC Hoarder, and I pulled some of it, and I don't know where that box is. It's somewhere in these boxes. But then that means I've got to pull House of Mystery out. And that means I'm going to have a hole here that I'm to fill with something. Um, but I did pull out romance. I don't have much romance. I pulled out Marvel horror, but not all of it, because I pull out like Vault of Evil and Chamber of Chills, and I realize, oh man, I should pull out Tomb of Dracula and Werewolf by Night too. And then do I pull out Ghost Rider? And it's like, um, I don't. I just think everything from about this time period, which is probably like this is probably the end of first grade. This is, I would imagine, this is probably around the summer of 72. I'm thinking. I'm just guessing by just what was going on in my life at the time. Not that I'm an expert, but um, this to me is the big. I have everything that's from this time period and later in these boxes. But you're right. There's different. I don't even know what the ages are after the Bronze Age. I
Ah,
was
uh,
so
last year, I did a stream with Howler Mouse where we tried to establish when the Bronze Age ends and the Copper Age starts.
okay.
We couldn't really come up with a definite date because don't want to I don't want to leave my idea, which to me means that the Copper Age starts in 1982 with Camelot 3000, because it's the first direct market. It was the first comic created for the direct market.
Okay, Camelot 3000 was before Infinity Incorporated.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But it was
okay, all
after
right.
that it was after Dazzler, because Dazzler had a problem. Dazzler number 1 was direct market, but Dazzler number 2 had newsstand distribution, which is
I
kind of
think
weird.
I think that you've got a point when the direct distribution started,
Mhm.
and it felt different. It felt different from the Bronze Age was the time for kids. You got them at the 7-Eleven with your Slurpee, and once you had to go to a comic store to buy them. It was a
Mhm.
whole different experience, and they were aimed more at adults. And I didn't
Yeah,
like
because
that time period much. And then it got worse. It seemed cool at the time. The Dark Knight and Watchmen, they were really fun to read. And then you realized, oh, these weren't just one-offs. They're going to keep it this way. And then DC killed off everything that had ever happened with the Crisis on Infinite Earths, which people love. Um, I loved the art. I loved reading it at the time, but then I realized, hey, they're destroying everything I love. And then I kind of started, and that's about the time I was in college and I had other things to do. And I started, I could see that that's when things started to just I trickle. I still went in comic stores all the time, but I'd buy old comics or
Mhm.
I'd buy Hate or Eight Ball or something. I don't like people saying, "Hey, everything you ever read is dead."
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I don't mind them disappearing because the things lose interest. There usually is a time for everything because the way that the story is told is not relevant in the same manner. So, which is why whenever people say we have to bring back Marvel, we have to bring back DC, I disagree. Okay, Marvel, you can't do Marvel and DC anymore. Let's find something else. And when people say that they want to bring back Marvel and DC, okay, I want to be a kid again. You can't be a kid again. You have to find something else. If you still like comics, you have to find something else that
what what
enriches you, a new, gives you a new experience.
what do you mean bring back Marvel and DC? I don't
Well,
follow what you're saying.
when Marvel and DC started going woke, people say, "Oh,
Oh,
when the whole Comics Gate thing started, and
okay.
it was because okay, we want the characters to become like they were." Well, the characters they never actually do go back to what they were, and ultimately the things that they did to the characters made them unusable. So the appropriate response by readers should not be we need to bring back Marvel and DC. It should be we should need to find something else. But it's comfortable to stay with the thing that's familiar to you,
Well,
and it's hard to let go.
no, what it is someone coming along that has no creative spark of their own, and they see, well, this is something popular, but this is liked by people that have wrong thoughts. So it's to me, it's just like painting over a statue or spray painting on some. That's like, okay, Captain America, yeah, he was always a Nazi and he was always a member of Hydra since back in 1940, and that's the way it is. Because that's like I first of all, Comicsgate has always been a little suspect to me because people that say I was a member of Comicsgate, I've been on YouTube for 15 years and I was an original founder of Comicsgate, and it's like, well, I've been reading comics since 1969 and I didn't even know Comicsgate happened because I'd already given up on comics. Why were you still reading comics in 2010 or 15? They had been shit for years. Why were you still reading them? Because I didn't even notice that they'd gone woke or whatever. It's like I wasn't there to protest because to me they were already dead to me. Because Spider-Man to me is a character from the 60s that rode around on a scooter and he had a go-go girlfriend, two girlfriends. Once they killed off uh, once they killed off Gwen Stacy, it's like, hey, what are you doing, man? It's like killing off Betty in Archie comics. Let me read this here. Let's see what Charlton's saying. To me, it's simple. 1960s is the Silver Age, 70s Bronze Age. Yeah, yeah, that's very what makes it so complicated. It's just the last couple of years of the 70s were a little suspect when Marvel started to make all the toy comics, and then the last and had the big banner at the top. Win a bicycle at Toys R Us. They
Mm.
went a little too commercial. Maybe it was, and I love the band Kiss. Maybe it was when they put. Maybe an age ended when Kiss poured their blood into the vat of red ink in New Jersey. That could have ended the Bronze Age. Why not? Um, let's see, we are our own enemies when it comes to trying to complicate the hobby. I don't really care. I just know there's good comics and there's crummy comics, and I know the 90s were crummy. There were some good comics. Someone's in the there's two people waiting and I've completely ignored them. Who are these humans? Why, it's Meyer, add to stage, and Eric Breen, add to stage. Why, we've got a star-studded lineup here.
We do.
Let's see. Charlton says the atomic age makes sense to me too. I don't think comics from the 1950s are golden age, as some collectors say. No, there because there is nothing. Haunt of Fear is nothing like a World War II comic book with a flag behind Superman. They're completely different eras, completely different. The American version of Metal Hurlant. I have to say it
Metal.
because you say Metal Hurlant, you get made fun of. I hear, who's it, Horror Mike makes fun of people that mispronounce it. Metal Hurlant. I'll say it properly,
Exactly.
like a
Metal
Frenchman.
Metal Hurlant.
And then we will have a woman hit I mean, a man hit a woman, and we will have a blue man in front of a bunch of women dressed up as Jesus Christ. It will be all magnifique. Oh my God! The American version of metal hurlant. I'll say it the way Americans say it: metal hurlant. F.U. France
It's
was.
translated screaming metal.
I know it's screaming metal. Yeah,
You can call it
The
screaming metal.
American version of Metal Hurlant, Screaming Metal, was a real breath of fresh comic air, as well as Warren's 1984 magazine. The stuff gave no Fs. I,
But here's the thing: Metal
1984.
Hurlant, Metal Hurlant changed European comics as much as it changed American comics. There were people interested in European comics in America, and that's how Metal Hurlant got there, and it turned into heavy metal. But it also changed stuff on this side because everything was made for kids. The French have a comics code, and that's why you remember those images I shown of the French those French covers with the champions where they turned the Ghost Rider into a normal person because that would be scary. That's because of the French comics code, and that was still in effect. That was still in effect even in the 90s. Although the existence of things like Metal Hurlant, also Fluide Glacial, which is a Mad magazine but with actual balls. Um,
There was a time when Matt had balls. In the 50s, it still had
I,
balls.
No,
I
and no, but fluid glass. See, Mad never has had the word shit in it, and fluid glacial can do it and can do an entire page with the word putain, and nobody would complain about it. But if you put
Okay.
shit inside Mad magazine, people complain.
Okay, so here's what happened with me. I was in second grade, and I was at the PX, which is at Army bases, American Army bases all over the world and in this country. They're like little towns unto themselves. They've got their own movie theater, right? They've got that has curtains that open up at the beginning, just like in the 1940s. And some when I was a little kid, they still in 1970, 71, they still showed Flash Gordon serials before the movies. It was cool. But you would have something called a commissary. It was like a big supermarket, but the prices were cheaper for the servicemen. And on every Army base, Navy base, Air Force base, they're called commissaries. And you don't have to pay any sales tax. And then they have a store called the PX, the Base Exchange. And it's like a big Sears or Target. And they always had a magazine section, and they always had comics and records. And I got a lot of my comics there. And that's, comic collectors always wonder, what's that little star that's stamped? Because they will stamp your comic with a star when you bought it at a PX. Anyway, nobody's showing their face, so I'll give myself a solo laugh. No, but I still get you guys are welcome to talk and ask me, but I'm going to show some books here. So my point was, I had a point talking about the PXs. Oh, okay. Well, one day I was in a PX and I saw a magazine with a cartoon cover. Man, what was that artist that drew that had a really cool scratchy style, real sick humor? It might have been a Spanish name that drew for National Lampoon, and I think for Playboy too. But anyway, there was a magazine there, and I thought, well, this looks like a
You're
magazine that
thinking of
my dad would.
Rodriguez. I think his name was Paul Rodriguez.
Could be
The guy
Paul
the guy
Rodriguez.
that drew the cover of the person slipping in the puddle of
That's
blood.
the issue. You know exactly, because I tell these stories over and over again. You know what I'm about.
I have the
So
issue. Yeah.
there's an issue of National Lampoon. I didn't know what Lampoon meant in second grade. I thought it's like the Harvard Review or the National Review or Newsweek, and it's got a picture of a guy on the ground stabbed and blood's everywhere, and the police are talking to the widow of this person that just been murdered, and someone's slipping on the blood and falling, and everyone's laughing. And I thought, what is this? And it says violence issue. And I flipped through, and there's a perfect parody of a Dell Gold Key Tom and Jerry comic in there, where this cat and mouse are cutting each other to pieces, and there's legs being cut off, and it's what later inspired Itchy and Scratchy on The Simpsons, but it was just a bloodbath. And I'm thinking, what is this magazine? It was obviously nothing I could have asked my mother to buy, but it was just unbelievable. And then over the years, I would see this. And then there was one 2-page spread about a year later. It was maybe a sports issue, and it was like Bat Day. And it was a Neil Adams 2-page spread of everyone running out of a baseball stadium being attacked by bats and pulling their eyes out and blood. It's like, who's making this book? And then by the time that in 1977, when the first comic book store opened in my town, Lone Star Comics, they had National Lampoons. And I was at that point 12, and the guys behind the counter would have no problem selling. It wasn't the owner, Buddy Saunders, but those young guys that the comic book clerks back then, they all looked like Roy Thomas with straight long hair. They were like, they looked like the guy on the roof on July 13th. That's what comic store. They all looked like that. The hippie nerd had a certain look. And they'd sell me these National Lampoons. So I started developing this big collection of National Lampoons. And then, of course, National Lampoon, Matty Simmons, the publisher, brought that French magazine over. And I saw that. And it had the robot women fighting on the first cover. And some of it I liked. I loved the Richard Corbin, but it was just like, it kind of struck me a little weird. I wasn't sure what to think of heavy metal.
Well, in certain ways, Metal Hurlant was a lot like the other kid-friendly comic magazines that existed in France and Belgium, which is
kid-friendly.
Yeah, like, because you're not supposed to like everything. For example, you could have the comics in France were serialized before proper publication. So you had two new pages. Usually you had 2 to 4 new pages every week. And you could have a funny animal, 2 pages of funny animals, then 2 pages of science fiction, then 2 pages of cowboys, then 2 pages of secret agents, so that you know that your comic is going to come out soon. But you don't have to like everything that appears in the magazine. And in that regard, Metal Hurlant was the same. You had some short stories, some comics which were serialized, some things were spoofs, some things were science fiction, some things were horror. But yeah, if you don't like everything, it's okay. The problem was that it was more expensive than the other ones. So you're spending a lot of money getting a magazine and knowing that you're not going to like maybe 75, maybe half of it.
Well, I don't know. It just seemed it was weird. I hate to use the word weird now because Democrats have taken that word over, but I don't know. But Sal, I believe Sal is EMSH here in the chat. Let's see what he's saying here. Whole age thing, it's just a weird millennial thing.
No, it's from in the 70s.
Used
It
to
was
sell
already
Hollywood's canon. Yeah, I never saw it, but Lampoon was great. I have a bunch of the early issues, including all the Frazetta covers. Anyway, so that's where I was going with it. So I was accustomed to National Lampoon, so I was not easily shocked. My sense of humor is I've always had a sick sense of humor. I've always appreciated parody when it's done exact. If you're going to do a parody of, when National Lampoon did a parody of a DC comic, they got Neil Adams to do the art. And when the early Mad did a parody of a comic strip, they made it look like that artist's work. It looked, or close to it, so it was, that's what I like. But when 1984 came along, James Warren was trying to one up heavy metal, and he had good artists in it, but it struck me as really, I guess I was in high school when it came out, and I found it very insulting because I don't mind offensive science fiction or gore. I don't mind that if it's intelligent, but if I feel like I'm being If they think that I, as a reader, am just a real dummy and they're just giving me dumb stuff, and that's how I felt that 1984, later 1994, was written. It had great looking covers. Flipping through it, it looks like a great magazine, but it had stuff in it that was really sick that went far
Here's the thing.
beyond anything. Like there was one issue that had, I think they had all these dead infants hanging up in a market. I think they were alien babies, but still, it was like, what
Yeah, but
kind of sick mind is putting this out? And I
most of
always
those
loved
stories were
James
made in
Warren,
Spain. Most of those stories were made in Spain.
so that's who they were. But I
No,
think,
here's the thing,
but it was
because
when
the
they were
editor,
translated into English, they were translated not the way they were originally written. They were probably great in the original language, but over here they just let's put as many curse words as we possibly can.
and the art was changed too. See, I have a collection of graphic novel collecting Esteban Maroto's Prison Ship. And they explain that this is the first time that this comic is reprinted, is faithfully reprinted in the U.S. Why? Because the editor,
I'll wait about 30 minutes. Is that good?
I don't know
What time is it now?
I don't know, but I gotta get back.
Okay, cool. Let me look at my clock. I have to look. Oh, 5:05. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. You were saying. I think you were telling me.
In that story, in the version that came out in the U.S. edition of 1984, the editor had flying penises drawn on that story, which they are not in the Spanish original, even though the Spanish original has the woman naked in pretty much every scene.
Yeah, see, that is what it was. It struck me as really juvenile, like I was insulted. That's kind of how I'm getting the impression, and I haven't seen it yet, but this Deadpool movie that just came out, the trailers were nothing but the F word. And it's like, oh, they'll love it. We're going to have Wolverine and Deadpool say the F word through the whole movie, and the audience will laugh because the F word is funny. And that's how it comes across. Like, I'm thinking, I don't know, man. This movie, I like the first two, but it looks like they're pushing it too far. Almost every one of these that I'm showing you is something I bought as a kid.
Yeah, but
And
Ryan Reynolds made a career in Hollywood of doing juvenile humor, and it doesn't matter how old he gets, he's not going to change.
Well, I don't know if I'm up for that, but I mean, I'll see the movie if it comes here locally. That Tree book cover is a pricey book these days, really. Mobius, Corbin, and Bilal were the best things about heavy metal.
But Bilal, you don't have to pronounce Bilal like that because Bilal is French, but he was born in Yugoslavia.
Okay, Bilal. Just make the sound that you make when you vomit.
I do like Bilal a lot. Most of Bilal's stuff was published here in Portugal. The most recent stuff that he did was called Bugs. I have the first two. The first two albums. I'm not sure if they're going to publish the third. It's kind of hard to get a series going around here that gets past the second book.
So anyway, 1984, 1994, kind of. Oh, here's one I got. This is not that was my childhood copy. This one someone used. They were cutting something with an X-Acto blade, and they put this underneath it.
Oh.
But ironically, this is the one that's bagged, and my childhood one. I need to bag these. I'm aware of that, but I will eventually buy bags and boards. But they were in bags and boards. They were in bags from the 80s, and they just didn't look very good, and so I took them out. And in all honesty, I have Golden Age books that a Golden Age book yesterday I put in a bag, and it's never been in a bag since it was bought from the store in 1952, and the pages are completely white. So there's other factors. This is one from my childhood. I remember this. Fireman Burn My Child. That was a little bit warped when I was in third grade. That particular story title.
Has anybody ever wondered why those kids' parents kept letting them get put in those dangerous situations all those years in House of Mystery?
No,
It was
I
the
I
70s.
never thought about
was
it.
the
I just
70s.
knew that, that they're aiming the books at kids. Comic books should be for kids. All this nonsense about comic books being made for grown-ups is a lot of horse shit.
Kids were pretty
Um,
much free reign during that time. I mean, I didn't check in with my mother until it was time to come home for dinner at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
But there's one thing about comic books, that comic books are not for kids. They're not in that way, because what I remember when I was a kid is that I did not want to read kiddie stories. I wanted to read above my reading level. So in order for comics to be successful, you have to create a comic that kids will want to read and hide from their parents.
okay, well, maybe. It depends on the kid. I mean, you can say that, well, comics aren't for kids, but it sure looks like the ads are aimed at kids. You kind of
Those
have to
those
go
ads
by.
were aimed at teenagers because they need you to have money to buy the things. If you're 8, you can't buy stuff. You don't have money.
Yeah, but you can exercise influence on a mother or father to
Yes,
buy things
yes,
for you.
right. But they buy things for you, so which means that they see what you want to buy, and that's
Well,
how they don't buy what you want.
they were also aimed at people that were unemployed. It's like, here's a good job. Yeah, they were aimed at stupid people too, just like
Yeah.
they were aimed at stupid people and children. Uh,
Hmm.
that's what they were aimed at, and it's like people don't want to accept that, but
Yeah. There,
they can. You can bring out as a million warlocks from England to write your comic stories and have all this metaphors for Aleister Crowley and all. Yes.
yeah. And then in 1999, you had ads for the Honda
Let me
Element.
just, I'll order the food. I'll go get it. They can talk. You order it, I'll go pick it up. I'll just take them with me. Just give me that jumbo burger with fries the way you ordered it.
The wrong burger. It's so funny. So that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
The dessert thing with the apples.
If you get one, I'll get one. I'll go get it. I'm gonna go in a minute to pick up some food. She's on her break. She works from home, and then, but that doesn't mean we have to end the show. What were we talking about?
Uh, kids. No, yeah. Back those 70s comics, they had ads for stupid people, but then I have an issue of Fantastic Four from the late 90s, and it had an ad for the Honda Element, which was
Yeah, well,
a
that's
minivan.
from the late '90s.
Yeah.
Well, by then, yeah, but by then you had all these idiots that were buying up comic books as investments. It's like, I'm gonna go buy a stack of Death of Superman comics on the first day and put my kids through Harvard with it.
Hmm.
And it's like, oh, all these books are. Then they had Home Shopping Network, and they'd end the Beanie Babies, and then they'd show, oh, look at this, it's got a foil flashy cover, and it's got an autograph by blah blah blah. And it was a joke. The '90s were a joke, and everything. So people that say I'm a proud member of Comicsgate, well, you're just an idiot, because how did you even know that comics had gone bad? You shouldn't have been reading them then. What was wrong with you? Why didn't you quit in the '90s when they were absolute trash? Why couldn't you see that coming? Why are you still buying comics when?
Whoops. That's the second time it happened.
oh, he's gone, huh?
Yeah.
I think the scariest thing about the Superman thing was how many people that made their living investing money bought tons of those.
Yeah.
You'd think that they would have understood simple supply and demand, and it would not have filled me with confidence to have those guys investing my money.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they understood the concept of a print run.
There had to be something.
The Valiant craze. Remember all the kids lining up for Valiant comics? Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the first issues of Wizard, they were still hawking Valiant because the image hadn't come out yet.
Well, I don't know. That's when I got sick of everything. I
That's
was
30
I went I
30
was
copies.
Harvey had a they were putting out reprints of the Black Cat, the or you guys believe the superhero, and then you could get. I was just getting independent, not Valiant, but it just seems like I whatever who put out Death Rattle and there was Alien
Kitchen,
Worlds and there
kitchen,
was
Death Rattle was Kitchen Sink. Alien Worlds was Pacific Comics.
Pacific, and then Pacific had a horror comic that went with Death Rat with Alien Worlds. What was
Twisted
that?
Tail.
Twisted
Tail.
Tales. That shit was good. I
Yeah, it was
was
really
you know I never I was always just in case of the new stuff. I'd go to the comic store every week. I'd look, okay, there's nothing good, and I thought, okay, I'll buy an issue of Comics Journal, and I'll get some Silver Age comics, and I'm gone. I'm not going to keep buying. Well, I bought Captain America for 30 years. I got to keep buying him because he's
Yeah.
my character. I got to just keep buying him. I can't. I got to keep my run going. It's like, what is that? Are you? Are you insane? Have you lost your mind? Why would you spend money on something that's clearly shit? Someone's trying to come in. Why it's Gotham City?
Yeah, it's fallen off. Yeah.
I don't know. That's my opinionated.
Well, sure. I mean, if you don't like something, don't buy it. You shouldn't feel this. Just because you like something, you should not feel compelled to keep it running. If we do this because we enjoy it, then if our own taste shift, we should go look for something that shifted with that goes better with our new tastes.
Yeah. Well, there's also stuff called records and girls and books and
And recreative vegetables.
oh yeah, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh my gosh. So yeah. I mean, it's just like comic books to me. There's what are people saying here in the chat? I think that House of Mystery with the Sea Creature contains Russ Heathart. Yeah, probably. Of all the 100-page House of Mysteries. I Love Disney and Comics says, hey, fellas. And Greta Orloff says, they said 15 minutes. Say no to compulsion. Yeah, really. Let's look at this is important. Okay, so that's what it looks like out of the package, huh? 1960s toy that never really existed.
Is it heavy, Kevin? Is it solid? Is that die cast?
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 pounds this thing weighs.
Oh man, that's great.
It's the weight of the cheeseburger I'm about to eat.
Now, Red Fink looks like the type of stuff that they should have made a Nickelodeon cartoon of in the 1990s.
I think they did. Well, no, they didn't. They made a cartoon out of the Weirdos that was almost unrecognizable as being the Weirdos, and it was computer animated in the early computer animation style. But there were these toys called Rat Fink and the Rat Rods, and they had animated commercials for them. And in fact, I'm looking at one right now. Hold on, I'll get myself. They look like this. This was a 1990s thing. You can see the commercials for they're really cheap looking, like everything from the 1990s. Even people born during the 1990s. Everything from the 1990s is worthless. Whole generation. Just kidding. No. 1990s were a wonderful time.
I am a child of the 80s and a teen of the 90s. Grotto moved, and every time he
You're
moves,
cutting out because my internet's crappy.
Yeah. We have to turn your house into a data center so that you can have
You guys
access
keep
to the internet
talking
from all
because I
over.
got.
Well, probably gonna move. I didn't even know. Okay, I got some comics up, but I'm not gonna show them now because Grotto can't put me on the center.
It's weird, a bunch of cars parked in front of my house.
It's the CIA.
There's a party going on over there. Ooh, they're having a party next door.
Nice.
They're having like a 10th anniversary for the. They're having barbecue over there.
I do like barbecue. I hope I can.
Across the street is a place where women get their makeup done and their nails done, and I think they're having their 5th or 10th anniversary. And it looks like they got a food truck over there. I don't know if the food is free. I kind of doubt it. Wait, I thought that was supposed to be on Friday. Maybe it's today too. I don't know. So, so when I go downstairs, there's a separate Wi-Fi router. I have to switch. You manually switch to the other one. That's why everything was choppy. You guys can keep talking about important things like comic books.
Meyer, how are the California wildfires?
I don't know. I haven't seen them. There's no smoke here, so they're too far away for me to notice.
Yeah, there are only 2 reasons why California is on the news in Europe: Hollywood and wildfires.
Yeah, it's a yearly thing here. There's always wildfires and mudslides too.
There's no reasons why Portugal's on TV. We never hear. I don't know anything about Portugal.
Well, the next time we win the surfing World Cup, maybe.
Oh,
yeah.
All I hear about is that guy that hit that woman in the face in France. That's all that's on the news here. Everybody, even liberals, are kind of up in arms about it. They realize this is really not right. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, this the same day that that Biden and Harris announced that they've rewritten Title IX to include gender identity, which means, well, you can figure out what it means, and couple that with the transgender guy almost killing his female opponent. These are the same people that tell us it's so important that we elect a woman president, while they're erasing women from every other facet of life.
Maybe Trump should come out tomorrow and say, "I now identify as a woman."
He should.
He should. He totally should.
This is a tipping point. This boxing story is big. Do you think, does it feel like a tipping point to you, Eric, or not?
Meyer, I keep thinking that we've hit those tipping points, and yet it never seems to tip. I mean, I don't know. I think the real tipping point will be November 5th.
Yeah. Well, and when it comes to corporations, they're not all gonna wise up at the same time.
No.
The Olympics are going to wise up after this one, because even with the opening ceremony, they lost a big sponsor, and they can't afford to lose money like that.
Well, and I can't imagine the ratings or anything to write home about. I mean, I know people like, low information people, and I don't mean stupid people, I mean people that don't pay attention to other than what the corporations and the mass media feeds them, that may not even be aware of the backlash that the opening ceremony caused, or how much of a hot button topic, transgender athletes competing against women are. But I mean, good Lord, if that girl didn't take the knee, she might have been killed.
Yeah.
And you work your whole life to participate in the Olympics, and only to get your brains beat out by a dude.
Yeah.
If that
There's
doesn't
another
piss
fight
off
coming
the
up, right?
normies,
That
I don't
guy's
know
gonna
what
fight
will.
Somebody else. That
I'm
guy's
sorry.
going to fight again, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
So- Oh, so there's another one coming up.
Oh, they're celebrating this. It's wonderful. It's stunning and brave. It's just like I said, but anybody that really knows what's going on is sickened by it. But a lot of people are afraid to say anything because the correct opinion to have is that it's necessary and it's about time. And it's just, I don't know how much more. Get back to your tipping point. This should be it.
Mm-hmm. But it probably won't, like you said.
I think it was yesterday, Steve. I said I forgot what country the dude was from, because I'm not playing pronouns anymore. This dude fought this.
I think it's from Algeria,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
makes it
was
even worse
Italian.
because if it's from Algeria, what he did identifying as a woman is haram. In fact, that's what I was during the opening ceremony. My dad used to work on. He was in the merchant navy and he worked on petrol tankers. He was in charge of pumps, so he traveled a lot to the Persian Gulf, Dubai, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and I was oh, do you think this part is showing on Saudi TV? No, they're cutting it out.
And then the other thing I said they made, and this is minor, but not really. They made the beach volleyball girls wear long pants.
Yeah.
And that's and we know why.
Yeah.
But I said it's there's anything that would appeal to what is considered toxic masculinity has to be suppressed and done away with. And I'm sure that took a lot of interest in beach volleyball with it.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, I mean, you watch that for one reason.
Exactly. I mean, beach volleyball was the only ball sport where nobody wants to watch the man and everybody wants to watch the women. And now we don't.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say it and not sound sexist, but it's to me it's dealing in reality.
Yes.
There's a reason why they put a model in front of a car.
Yeah.
And if these women all look like Lizzo, they'd be allowed to hang out.
Uh-huh.
Because we truly are living in the upside down.
There's a lot of in a few places there's going to be tipping points. I'm not sure if this is already happening in the UK because there was the guy who stabbed 3 little girls in England.
Well, the government's coming down on the parents now.
Yeah,
because,
it's not going to fly. If they keep it up there, Keir Starmer's going to have to resign. They're going to have to have an election again this year.
And they'll rig another one, and I don't know how England comes back. I mean, there's what do you suppose they need another revolution? What do they fight it with? They've been disarmed.
Well, they'll just get their Vauxhall Novas and start running over people.
I mean, they have. I mean, what was it? The Islamic presence is rather overwhelming there now.
In a few large cities, yeah. But the people in the countryside actually have rifles. In the
Well, that's
UK.
good to know.
Well, anyway,
They should start by banning kebabs. That could be a good start. That's just my
Mhm.
suggestion as an American. Ban kebab.
I had to come back home because I realized I had left my debit card at home and I can't find it, so I had to borrow the card from my wife. Now it's it's a pain in the. Okay, all right. So anyway, it's all there. People are either going to wise up or they're not, and uh, but I think things are getting bad enough that normal people are starting to notice it. I mean, it's starting to become
Mm.
obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I
And at
remember
this point,
5 years ago, I told normal people about these things, and they say, "Why are you wasting time with that? No, that's not real world. Nobody cares about that." And now they're saying, "See, I told you so." No, you didn't. If you had told me, I would have remembered.
I
No, I
had the
told you.
same thing with my brother. He kind of just looked at me like I was nuts when I would tell him the things I would hear on
well,
places like on say Tim Pool or other YouTube sources. And it turns out, what do you know? They were ahead of the curve on everything. And now he goes, now we talk about. He goes, yeah, you were right. I mean, it's like,
Well, that's good because none of my siblings will. They continue to gaslight. They'll never. They don't have. They got no memories because they're part of the machine. So they're just ditching and replacing the new information that the machine teaches them on MSNBC and NPR.
oh, is
So
it
they
now?
would
My
never.
brother was a conservative all
That's
along,
good.
but he just
I
didn't
don't know.
realize how bad, how crazy it was getting,
That's good.
which makes it a lot easier to reach somebody if they're already aligned with a certain way of thinking, but didn't realize just how crazy. Yeah, because I mean the erosion of rights of things you never thought about. Now some make sense. I mean when I was born, the doctor probably had a lit heater hanging out of his mouth when he was pulling me out, but that was 1962. So and we probably should have been smoking in hospital rooms and whatnot, but other things. When it
They
got
had
to
those
where
barbecue tongs that they pulled us out with those barbecue tongs. Remember that, Eric? To squeeze our head?
if you remember birth, sir, you are better than I because I don't.
Half of us came out flumidomide, I think is what it was. Yeah.
But boy, you were so right when you said when we were kids, parents just wound us up in the morning and said, "We'll see you at dinner." Yeah, now get out of my sight. Yes.
And then in the summertime, it would be only a half hour, like from 6 to 6:30, and then I'd be outside until about 10
Yeah.
in the summertime. Remember? I mean,
I'm glad I grew up pre internet because I said it'd be a lot. It probably I said we were the way we were because there was no other way to be.
yes.
Who knows how we would have been. One of my crass jokes is if I'd had internet porn when I was a kid, I might not have ever left the house either. It's but fortunately,
the neighborhood dynamic was interesting in the 70s and probably the 60s and 50s as well, maybe even into the mid 80s or late 80s, I guess. But what was going on is that all the dads were at work and sometimes the moms were at work, but also if they weren't at work, they were in the house busy with housework, cleaning, cooking, watching your little brothers or little sisters or whatever they were doing, or they had their own thing going, like they're selling Avon or something, whatever they're doing. So kids were expected to be responsible for themselves from about like 6 or 7 years old for the most part. You were like allowed, once you started school, you made those friends. And so outside, it was a world of kids outside. There was a bunch in my neighborhood. It was just a bunch of like 6 to 12-year-olds walking around all day. Remember how that was? Going from yard to yard. What are we doing?
We got to the point
or they'd put you to work. Like you're 9 years old, and here's a $5. Go to the grocers on the corner and get me a bottle of wine.
Yeah, that was common. Maybe not wine, but cigarettes. They used to let kids go and buy cigarettes for their parents. They would do that.
We got to the point where if we were going out and doing something that could have been dangerous, we started taking our own first aid kits with us because, we figured nobody wanted to take the time to run home to mom to get our skin knees bandaged.
That's a great
Yeah.
point.
It's like an episode of Mythbusters. Okay, so we're going to do this, so we need prep work. We understood prep work planning.
But now, good Lord, if a kid sees somebody skin his knee on a YouTube video, the parents are,
Oh no, let's go to the hospital. Let's not, please.
Did any of you guys ever play in tree houses? Like, did you ever have any friends, or did you have a tree house in your yard, or like have like maybe like a club or a gang? You know what I'm talking about?
We had a gang, but we dodged cars in the street, not climb trees. You couldn't climb a tree here.
Yeah, we had tree houses. We had one of our friends whose dad had money built us a tree house, but it was on the ground. But good Lord, it looked nice from some of the houses in the neighborhood. But we also had tree houses also, and
we called them forts. We always called them forts when they weren't up in a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one. The main highway, a couple miles from where I lived, someone built one in the front yard that was so well done that I think they had to pay taxes on it like it was a extension of the house. Right. I mean, it was beautiful. It might have had electricity for all I know.
Yeah, sometimes they call them tree forts. Sometimes it would be a tree fort. And then, like you said, sometimes it would be a beautiful construction. And then other times it would be, we found a piece of plywood. So just because we have this plywood, we're going to find a tree to put it up in. Remember that? And it would be terribly built. You'd have these, all different support, pieces of 2x4s and stuff out of the scrap bin that you would be able to find and hammer together. And you're just learning how to hammer nails. And it was, it could be precarious, but it was fun.
So out here we had these open lot fields, and we'd build them in that open lot. But now kids can't do that because there is no open lot fields anymore out here. There's no places to build anything anymore.
Yeah.
So even if you were a kid, you can't play anymore outside anymore. It's too dangerous.
Behind my building, it was actually an abandoned farm which had degraded into a swamp, and we would all go there, and there were ticks jumping all over, and we would go inside, and nobody cared.
One of the coolest things we used to play in was they had an abandoned haunted house we used to play in. Not like a real haunted house, like somebody had a haunted house an attraction, but it went abandoned. So we'd go in there and play.
Oh, that sounds cool.
When I was a kid, when I was really influenced by stuff like Kolchak the Night Stalker and things like that. My girlfriend, as much as a girlfriend can be when you're in the 7th grade, lived in this big old house that looked like it should be haunted. So I went to the priest at our church and had him bless water. And he's probably like, "Get the hell out of here, you stupid!" And I made a cross out of wood, and I'm walking through that house, looking for ghosts. And
that's great.
That reminds me of this abandoned building we went into one time, and we went down. It had like a little basement. We went down in there, and there was a pentagram and like all kinds of Satanistic shit all over the walls. And freaking, when we saw that, we like got scared and ran out. Then we started hearing noises down there, so like we never went back in there again.
If you'd had my ghost kit, you'd have been safe.
Yeah, I think it were older kids that would go in there and do that kind of shit. I don't think it was real Satanists going in there, but just kids messing around that were maybe teenagers when we were younger. That ever happened to you guys? like cult-like stuff like that you came across?
No, but we had an abandoned construction, and there was a time when two different families of gypsies had set up a camp in the first on the first and second floor, and we had a. So here when the teacher misses class, we don't have substitute teachers. We just don't have that class. So we went out the school. We were like 11, and we went, hey, you want to go up that building, see what's in there? And then we get to the first floor, and it's crawling with gypsies. And our parents told us, don't talk to gypsies. So we all ran because we were afraid they were going to go after us. But yeah, that's why I didn't go. That's what you would be able, most likely to find in abandoned houses were squatters.
We said the gypsies would come through town on occasion, and we always knew when they'd been there because one day at one of the record stores that my brother owned, we went in the back one day and found like 50 broken shucks. Where they just went back there, cracked a bunch of shucks, stole dozens of CDs. Nobody even noticed them. That's how they made it live. They were they were experts at it, but yeah, it was. But not hold up anywhere.
I never saw any like satanic cult type stuff as a kid, but as an adult, I used to work in the mental health field, and I used to work in adult mental health. And one time we had a patient who came to us from highway patrol who claimed that she had escaped from a compound in the mountain, in a mountainous area close to where I was working. And her hair was all shaved off, and she was completely naked and covered in dirt. She looked like somebody from A Quest for Fire, sort of, except her head was shaved. Really dirty, and she was aphasic. She refused to talk for a long time, for maybe 10 days. But she had a very elaborate story that involved a cult that her parents were involved in. And then she ended up filing charges against some of the people she was related to who were in this cult. It took a long time for it to all be investigated, but it was pretty wild. She was with us for a long time, for months and months, like maybe 8 or 10 months or something by the time it was all over with. But trippy. She was probably 15 or 16. Super creepy. So it's all real. I mean, there are people, the shit's going on out there. But I don't know if they're drawing pentagrams.
Well, I said, yeah, I've lived in the middle of the country my whole life, so we have to pretty much, well, since I was 5. So we pretty much would have to make up our own crazy stuff like that because it just doesn't really happen around where Northern Kentucky is not a hotbed for satanic activity.
Yeah, the Northern California is, apparently.
Well, yeah, you see it. I'm guessing you see a little more in your daily life than I do.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's and that has its pluses. I mean, some of I don't know if I could handle being on one of the coasts with just all the, because that's where basically where the woke mind virus has taken its greatest hold, and some of the people that I don't know. It's yeah, I kind of like that we would don't have to really worry about preferred pronouns or if you see somebody that's not the same race as you, you don't have to walk on eggshells. Everybody's just like pretty much cool to each other because they don't have identity politics is not first and foremost where I live, which is nice.
Yeah, it's California. It's a sort of regional. I mean, it's definitely a regional thing. Even in San Francisco, it is. The neighborhood where I live is not typical San Francisco, but luckily, even though it's been pretty good here, it's still getting worse. There's been a couple break-ins in the past week recently in my neighborhood. A couple local businesses for years that have never had any problems, and then I'm already set to move. But where I'm moving is a red part of California. Like when you look at the state map that shows the counties of California, you know how it's not all blue. It's mostly just the large cities in the coastal areas.
Yeah.
So where I'm moving to is is red. It's not even purple. It's red. And so it's going to be nice. Like when I was up there, my son lives there. A few months ago, I spent a week with him, and we went out to eat for breakfast at a very popular breakfast spot, Eric, and every television was on Newsmax, and the place was filled with people, and trucks, parking lot was filled with trucks, and I was like, oh, this is nice. It was I couldn't believe it. I was like, what is going on? How do you have news? And I asked my kids, I said, do they always have Newsmax on here? And they both reacted with, what's Newsmax? Because they don't even, we never watched the TV. They said we just were here for the breakfast, and they're both on their phones, looking at their phone screens. And I'm
that's great. I mean, it
was great. They weren't even aware of it. Like they don't even care about it. But it's I'm looking forward to it. The other thing about the town, Eric, is that the town is the hometown of the guy that was the ambassador in Benghazi. I think his name is Chris Johnson. He was the guy that was murdered in Benghazi. Well, the town I'm moving to is his hometown. And in the middle of the downtown, they've got a whole place dedicated to him, a plaque and his own. It's called like Chris Johnson Way or something. And as soon as I saw that and read that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is a town that has got the deepest reason to dislike Hillary Clinton. So I mean, this is a great place to move. Everybody, there's got to be at least half the people here hate Hillary Clinton.
Speaking of, did you see the other day where apparently Bill had some minor procedure or something? He goes, yeah, stuck home with Bill for the next couple of days. Because any movie recommendations? Someone's reply, 13 hours.
Oh, that's great.
Guessing Hillary might have blocked that one.
What difference does it make? That would have been a good response to her request for what movie to watch.
It really.
What difference does it make? Isn't it? She said it kind of like that.
You know what? It's crazy to think that going back now 16 years on, we would have been better off if she'd won in 2008 than if she'd won the primary. Yeah, because at least, despicable as she is, she wouldn't have fundamentally transformed America like the guy we got. I mean, that's
so he was just a puppet, but she's not. So she's a member of the club, but she's resistant to what she doesn't want to do, and she holds a huge level of power by comparison to Biden. He was just a puppet, so that's part of why she didn't end up there.
Yeah, I agree. I said, now to be clear, I mean, Hillary, would have been like, or Barack was like jumping off the 70th floor of a building. Hillary would have been like jumping off the 65th. The result would have been pretty much the same, but.
Yeah.
I got this library cart built.
Oh, you got it together?
Yeah.
Amazon?
No, they're cheaper on eBay.
Oh, okay, eBay.
Yeah. One of the comic shops in Lisbon has one of those, but you can put stack books on each side.
Yeah, they have double-sided ones too, and they have longer ones. But for what I needed it for, this was good enough. I just have this many books I need to put on here.
So, Kevin, is anything new selling well at your place?
No, nothing selling well. I'd say sales are down about 67%.
Across the board, or just new comics?
I didn't break it into. I didn't even break it into comics. Just in general, sales are down.
Wow, that's hard to hear that.
But it lines up with what other people are saying. They said 75% down across for new comics on sales. what I'm hearing, 75%.
What about
I'm not
overall
working.
retail? Like, do you have any idea how like place like general retail is down? Like places like Target and Walmart, they're down too, right? Like significantly. Everything is down, right?
Yeah, even Walmart, except I went Walmart last night and it was busy because I guess back to school's happening. So there was tons of kids buying supplies. But it's usually dead in there, even in Walmart.
So the one thing about San Francisco is it's everything that happens here, politically is clearly by design and it's intentional and they want it to spread. You get that feeling after you live here for a while that everybody's like totally rubber stamping everything. So the way it's set up is there's not a lot of shopping here at all. Like there's no room for stores like you guys have stores that have parking lots. If you've seen my videos, there's no parking lots because real estate is at a premium here. So almost the entire neighborhood, I would say probably a good 80% of everybody buys everything from Amazon. So you see the whole neighborhood, all the cars stay parked and you just see Amazon trucks all day going up and down every street delivering boxes. It's their dystopian idealistic society.
It's definitely by design. They want everybody just to buy online. It's even like when COVID happened and you got all your free money, except you couldn't go anywhere to spend it. So you had, or the only essential places were what, like Walmart and Target
In grocery stores.
Yeah.
When I first moved here 15 years ago, I used to call it running the gauntlet because I could hit like 4 or 5 different shops within like the Geary Richmond neighborhood close to where the VA was. And so I could hit comic shops, toy stores. Like that's where I started buying all that Japanese vinyl that I have. And at the time there were all these shops, and as well as incredible dim sum or sushi or chicken wings. The food was crazy. The neighborhood that I'm talking about is now, it's almost everything is boarded up with plywood and covered in graffiti. And it wasn't a bad neighborhood 15 years ago, but now everything's closed. The comic shops are all dead. The toy stores are all dead. And most of the restaurants are closed. And nobody
the
talks
restaurant
about
area.
it.
The restaurant area in my city, it became impossible to go there because the previous mayor decided that all of that entire place must have parking meters, so nobody goes there anymore. and the only places now people can and they're always talking about, oh, we have to make sure that people come back to the historic downtown where all the old shops are, but then those are also the places where you have to where you have the parking meters. So nobody wants to go there. They all go to the big supermarket chains, which are on the outskirts of the cities, which is where you could build. Because we never had strip malls, they just built malls around supermarkets. But all of the stores are franchises, so they don't go out of style like they did in the US. Luckily, we still have the gypsies to buy clothes from. Fell off a truck. That's where I got my Lacoste shirts for less than $10.
Well,
the only people that complain around here are like over 60, is what I've noticed. And then even those people that are over 60 that complain, it's only like a small coffee clutch that meets every morning. Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, you get to be our age, you remember what it was like.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I said, but I guess if you're out there in places like uber liberal, I guess they don't even most of the 60-year-olds don't see it as being that big of a problem, which to me is I can't understand that, but
Yeah, it's a really deep indoctrination and programming that they're blocked into, that they still haven't seen through the mainstream media and still don't understand what television and movies are all about and what it all means. And they still like idolize actors and don't realize that actors are these low level pawns. They don't get it, you know?
Mhm.
It's interesting. Sad, right?
Yeah, you know, at least it's still kind of encouraging when somebody in entertainment bucks the trend and does like the movie, the Deadpool movie that came out. There probably is too many, a ton of F bombs, but there's no agenda, there's no message, there's no politics, and it has just exploded out of the gate, which
And they're
means there's
scrambling
still
for reasons to hate it. They're scrambling. They're making up things like it's homophobic
oh
or
yeah,
something.
the people that are in on it are, but what you can't do, at least not yet, is tell people how to spend their money. And it's like whether it's a show like Reacher, who, even though the guy that plays Reacher seems to have lost his mind, the show itself is just nonstop action,
Yeah, I
and
like the
it
show.
is a hugely successful show. The Deadpool movie is going to do $1 billion plus, and and in the wake of all, like, the Spider-Man movie did fantastic business because it gave fans what they wanted, not what they wanted fans to have. And there's a huge difference. And that's I'm still a little encouraged that those things still exist. And whenever someone does that, people respond. So not everybody's been 100% brainwashed yet.
So Midnight Sage did a video where he's saying that Disney want to memory hole Deadpool Wolverine, especially because they already have a lady Deadpool lined up. Imagine their only success in the last 10 years, and they want to get rid of it.
It's how where Marvel killed off Deadpool in the comics right now. So when it
They're
replaced
getting rid
it
of
with his daughter.
Deadpool.
For now, that's because they've done that
you
2 or
can't hear
3
me.
times as the movie starring the character is just coming out. Not that anybody's going to see the movie and go into a comic shop to buy the book, but if on the off chance that they do, they're going to be in for a bit of a surprise. Anyway, guys, I'm going to head out and grab some dinner. Enjoy the conversation, and I'll see you guys soon.
Later.
That's awesome.
All right.
Hey, did you know that Wally George is Rebecca De Mornay's dad? Did you remember that?
Yeah, I that's something I knew. I didn't know that much about Wally George, but I did know that bit of trivia about him.
Yeah, I kind of started watching him recently, the last couple of days, and then searched him to see if he was still alive, and then found out that the most surprising thing was that he was Rebecca De Mornay's father, which was very surprising because he is such a goofball. I was watching his show and talking to my friend Snake about it, and he remembered the whole thing because he used to do this thing where he was cracking down on punk rockers, and remember, and he would he was against punk rock, and he did a special where he tried to expose Guar as these Satanists and stuff. Anyway, yeah, he's kind of funny, and it's like professional wrestling. It's kind of like what he was doing was he was trying to be a right-wing Donahue, but at the same time it was really over the top, and it was the audience is all chanting USA, USA, and it's a bunch of frat boys like in funny hats and sunglasses, and you can tell they've been waiting in line to get in for free, and it's a tiny studio in Anaheim, and it's pretty interesting stuff. I recommend you guys. Paulo, you might like the Wally George show. It's on YouTube. It was this guy who's like an ultra conservative right winger, he was super pro Reagan. It was probably early mid 80s television, late night TV. It came out like 11 or 12 midnight. But you might enjoy it because it's all politics, and it's all him debating callers and people from the audience and guests, and he has like Nazis on there. He had what was his name? Ray Metzger or something? What was that guy's name? Roy Metzger or something? He had that guy on there. KKK people, and then also like people talking about gay rights, because it's the early 80s. It was like a huge, I mean, he's an anti-feminist. He was a pretty funny guy, Wally George.
Yeah.
Hot Seat. Was that the name of the
Yeah,
show?
Hot Seat, Wally George. That was the show.
Okay. Yeah, this is
You
the
might
type
enjoy
of
it.
show that you
Funny.
can't do worldwide syndication, because it's very very focused on the US itself, and people outside wouldn't understand. The Daily Show with Jon Stewart was easier on people, but even then they had to market an international edition where they focused more on international politics.
Yeah, I guess Morton Downey was an imitation of Wally George.
Yeah, I think he came after, and then
Yeah.
and their shows were even. I realized last night that their shows must have been in the same syndication network, because I was watching a VHS rip on YouTube that was like some Pittsburgh channel, and during the commercial it showed Wally George 11 o'clock and Morton Downey Jr. at midnight, and I was like, oh, okay, that
Yeah.
must have been like the late 80s or mid 80s.
Some things, yeah, some regional things started to get syndication around that time, like Giggle Snort Hotel, and who was the guy that was like a kid show host out of the East Coast somewhere? Man, I don't know what that was. It was kind of like a Pinky Lee kind of Pee Wee
Yeah, I know
Herman.
what you're talking about. Uncle Floyd. Is it
Uncle Floyd, yeah.
Where he did bits and he played the piano and he had puppets, and it wasn't really
Yeah.
for kids, but then it wasn't for adults. It was kind of odd.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, exactly. What did I miss? What are you guys talking about?
Mostly politics, some comic books.
Well, the thing is, since we can't focus on we couldn't select our own images. We couldn't show the comics.
Oh, I'm just showing these because I've been asked to show my House of Mystery collection.
Out of those anthologies, the only one I'd really like to collect is Time Warp.
Yeah, well, that would
short.
be easy to do because there were only like 4 issues,
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, but that's one of the problems, that because there were so very few issues, a lot of people want to collect Time Warp because it's supposedly easy. So unless they're selling the collection, you can't get to them.
People collect Time Warp, huh?
Yeah, that was the impression I had.
I mean, it was always well, it was never a comic you saw very often, but I didn't know that it was. I didn't think there were people that wanted it because it doesn't have the X-Men in it. So what are you guys saying about Deadpool, the movie? What are you hearing about it?
Disney wants to memory hold the movie, even though it's the only success they've had in the last few years.
Why do they want to memory hole it?
Because it has two
wrong people.
And it has 2 men as the protagonists, and they're not gay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, but it serves its purpose in tearing down the culture, which is what Disney wants to do. Because cultural Marxism, you want to tear down everything that's good, and so that movie would do that, right? It takes characters that are meant for 10 to 12-year-olds and has them say the F word and murder and kill people constantly in the movie, and they say the F word all the time. And first movie showed him being pegged, which I wonder, is that in the Marvel comic?
No.
I've never read a Deadpool comic. I don't understand. Where does all this come from? Does he curse in the comic?
I think
know,
it doesn't.
haven't
No,
read them.
not openly. They have the
Oh, the little
little
cartoon
dots.
cursing, is that how they do
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So they've taken a character basically like the Impossible Man, and they've made movies that are uh, naughty for. Okay, so they're I don't know. I have to admit I enjoyed the first two movies, but I'm the other thing someone was saying, man, if I had known that you have to watch this shitty Loki TV series that it's based on that, he said I wouldn't have bought a ticket to see it because
I don't have any
this
interest in any of this new stuff, any of the MCU. I don't have any interest or any of those shows. It's hard for me to make it through when like for example like Aquaman. You know what I liked? I liked the Flash. I know I'm now I'm talking about DC, but I'm just talking about new comic book movies in general. Ones that I only see them when they become available on a streaming platform for free. Right now I'm like 12 minutes into Aquaman and it's taken me like 3 different watchings just to get 12 minutes in
is it the
because
first.
I get bored or I get disgusted or something frustrated and I just pause it and lose interest and I don't have any desire and then usually they're like 2 or 3 hours long, aren't they? I mean, I don't know.
Is it the first Aquaman or this new one?
It's the first one. I don't. It's hard for me even to watch the ones that, like I said, like I liked the Flash, and I know that those Wonder Woman ones are probably good, but I just
No.
don't have the interest. There's too many other things for me to watch. When I watch
Yeah.
movies, I watch movies from the '60s and '70s and '80s mostly the '70s. I
Um.
like, I like better made movies. Just my
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I tried watching Doctor Strange, and it
Mhm.
was in between. It was in between a Fast and the Furious marathon, and man, Doctor Strange. I kept flipping channel. That thing was impossible to follow. And then I watched 3 Fast and the Furious movies in a row, and I'm like
Mhm.
glued to the screen, even though I've already seen those 20 times.
Yeah.
Okay, are you talking
Well,
about the
actually,
first Doctor
Fast and
Strange?
Furious is
Yeah,
surprisingly palatable. Those are actually good movies because they have like a traditional story arc, and it's actually an enjoyable film. It's like watching a movie from the '80s, kind of.
What
You know,
is?
Fast and the Furious,
Oh,
especially the
I
first.
haven't seen any of those.
Well, not bad if you
well,
Um.
like.
it only gets real good. It only gets really good on the fourth movie because that's when
I
they
like
start.
Tokyo Drift. Which number was Tokyo Drift? That was the one I really liked.
That was 3.
3. I like that. You probably don't like that one.
Well, the first Wonder Woman movie, what I thought was great, and then the second one was terrible, and it was the same director, and I can't really account for it except that maybe there were other people steering her hand on the first movie. Um, there were several things that were interesting decisions on the first Wonder Woman movie, which I thought was great, in that it was set during World War One. I think what was the rationale for that? The only rationale I can think for that is they were afraid of having Wonder Woman fight Nazis because then they'd have to have swastikas in their movie. So I think that they thought it would be better to have her fight World War One Germans. That's the only thing I can think of because if you think about the Captain America movie, he was fighting Germans, but they were Hydra, so they didn't have to have any. You didn't see a single swastika in any of the scenes. I'm pretty sure in Captain America, where he's bursting through windows and riding his motor, which was all over the Golden Age comic, he was always wrecking swastikas. But
Yeah, but
I think
that's
that
for
was
the
what
merchant.
they're.
It's
But
for the merchandising. You can't have
yeah,
you need to sell toys of those, and you can't have toys with swastikas, even if they are the
okay.
bad guys.
I've got more House of Mysteries, but they're in another box, and they're more of a boring era that everyone has, and then Elvira takes over it. Everyone knows what those comics look like. So anyway, yeah, Flash was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean the guy that plays the Flash is an annoying guy, but I damned if I didn't have fun watching The Flash on television. There was some real badly animated stuff in it that looked like they'd spent $1.50 on, and then there was some pretty cool stuff in it. But I was entertained by that. Uh,
I was
the
surprised.
Marvel movies I used to love. I used to put on actually on the calendar when they were coming out that year. I was so excited to see these movies come out based on stories I read as a kid. I was thrilled. And then things started to go bad. Yeah, it started to go bad, I think, with the Inhumans. And then there was, but most of them were still good. And then there were some colossal failures like the Eternals that were just incredibly bad. And then I was enjoying the Avengers movie. They had the last one where they kill off all these characters. They kill off Black Widow, Iron Man. They put Captain America in the past, and you're left with nothing. You're left with no Hulk. You're left with a talking Hulk. I mean, a intelligent Hulk.
Is half the Earth dead? Didn't he snap his fingers and kill half the people on Earth or something?
Yeah,
Right?
but then they went back in time
they brought
and
him
then did it.
back, but what it did is it turned something that was fun into something incredibly depressing. And it was almost like predictive programming, like they were predicting the pandemic that was coming just a few months later. Because I think that's really what these people really wanted when they invented all of that, is to get rid of half the population so we don't have to worry about climate change. Well, they don't believe in that either, but they just, what they want to do. They just
I
want to
don't like
see
the
destruction.
costume designs.
But
From the beginning, I've disliked the idea of, well, we can't have them in these colorful costumes, so let's put everybody in black padded leather. It's like,
yeah,
what?
yeah. Well, that
It's just-
started with the first X-Men movie, and I remember being very down on that. But when I actually sat down in the theater and watched that movie, within 5 minutes, that movie had me hooked, and I said, "Damn, this movie! It has the feel. It's captured the feel of the comic. Maybe they don't look 100% like the costumes in the comic, but I was really enjoying it. Hugh Jackman's always been great in that role. But okay, so what they did is the heroes break everyone out. Basically, all the people that apparently died went to some other dimension, and they open up portals, and all the heroes come back and fight Thanos, and then all the people come back. But they've been gone for 5 years. So what happens is between those two Avengers movies, 5 years pass, and Thor's depressed and has gotten fat, and everybody 5 years pass. So um, that shit didn't happen in the comic. In the comic, you would have the Galactus comes and almost destroys the Earth. In the next issue, well, Johnny Storm's off to college and everything's okay. But if you take a situation where your loved ones disappear for 5 years, so a woman okay, my husband's dead. She gets remarried. She has a kid, maybe two kids. Then he comes back and he hasn't aged. She's 5 years older and she's married to someone else. And so something like that happens, and there'd be massive sewer systems. There would be horrible. It would be horrible. It's you're introducing something into these funny book stories that never happened in Star Trek or any of the Silver Age Marvel comics. Something with those drastic consequences. So you had a first Doctor Strange movie that's fun, and then you have a new Doctor Strange movie where, oh, he's at the wedding of because he went off for 5 years and he comes back and his girlfriend's getting married to a diverse person, and he has to sit at the wedding and while his girlfriend's getting married. It's like, is this what I want to see in a superhero movie? The superhero getting it's kind of degrading.
No, it's a pretty big metaphor. That
It was all a metaphor for COVID before it happened, and about what still has, I just don't want to get too much into that, but it's and then after that, it was all that Spider-Man movie that I think Eric was just talking about. That was dealing with the aftermath of that, and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and some of his friends, the high school, come back, and they're still like juniors in high school, and all the people that didn't get zapped or flicked by Thanos are already graduated from high school. It's an interesting science fiction concept, but it just it's not right for these characters. And I've always loved the character of the Falcon, but I don't want him to be Captain America. And I want the Captain America to be Falcon. And I mean, it's like, why have you done that? I'm not interested in a Captain America movie where it's played by the Falcon. And, oh, but we've got Harrison Ford playing the Red Hulk. I don't even know what the Red Hulk is. I wasn't reading comics when that's insane, ridiculous. What was that, the 90s when they introduced the Red Hulk?
2010s.
I'd be embarrassed to own any Red Hulk comic. It's just, that's the no offense to those fans of the Red Hulk. I mean, it's that's not. I, I like the night. I like time periods. I don't like. I don't like characters. Well, I do, but to me, Spider-Man belongs in 1966. Fantastic Four belong in 1965. All these characters, that's the time period that I see them in. And some characters go on so long that it's like, what is their time period? So that's why there's a new Batman cartoon that came on today on Amazon Prime, and I think they have it set in the 1950s. And the one in the 90s, the good one, Batman the Animated Series on the Fox Network, it's no time period. Their cars kind of look like 1930s cars, but they have modern technology. They have computers. It's a mixture, and Tim Burton did that a little bit in his movies, not as well as the cartoon did, where it's a mixture of all the time periods that Batman has existed in. And it's also Archie comics. Like, when do they exist? When they have malt shops and drugstores with jukeboxes and stuff, or do they exist in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s? I remember years ago they made a TV movie, made for TV movie of the week, and it was like Back to Riverdale, and it was Archie, Betty, and Veronica, the whole group,
I
and
watched it.
they're like in their 30s, and they're going back to Riverdale because they were there in the 60s, and it's like, okay, this is made for baby boomers.
They had teenage kids. Jughead had a teenage son that was like Jughead, and at the end, they like were in a talent contest, and Jughead and his son did a rap battle type thing. It was,
But what they're saying is, for okay, baby boomers, your Archie and the gang was the real Archie. That's the time period they existed in. But in reality, they exist in whatever time period the kid that's buying the comic lives in. And Archie, Betty, and Veronica and Archie, their clothing style. It's wonderful how you pick up different issues, different time periods, and how it changes. But I don't really care much for Archie comics past the mid 70s, because after the mid 70s, I don't even know what fashion looks like. To me, the way people dressed in the 90s, the 2000s, I don't know that it's any different. I can't distinguish decades anymore. Decades don't used to have a flavor to them. Like, this is the type music they listen to. This is the way they dressed. And I guess if I look back at a videotape of kids walking around the mall in the 80s, yeah, well, I could tell that's 80s, but yeah, but it's not as distinct as other decades that just were completely recognizable. Let me see here. Someone's coming in here. Who is this? Oh, Gotham City must have gotten kicked out. All right. Hello, Kevin. It is incredibly hot here, man.
And we're having temperatures where during the day the thermometers reach 100 in the shade, or 105 even.
We're probably in the mid 90s today. This music is probably copywritten that's playing in the background. I gotta fix this.
Can hardly
Okay,
hear it.
Geek Grew. Got to get these boxes put back up. Yeah, this is the right box. Let me turn this down.
It's actually a shame that you can't play music in the background on YouTube videos that the algorithm comes after you. I mean,
What?
it's actually a shame that you can't play background music on YouTube and the algorithm comes after you. It's kind of ridiculous. It would be easy to figure out a way to both pay the music copyright holders and allow you to monetize your content while the music is playing.
The music I play is 100% not copywritten. It's roller rink music from the 50s usually, or right now I'm playing commercials from the 50s and 60s that are not going to set off anything. I didn't even realize you were smashing the slab. I'm sorry, I gave you full screen. I don't. Are we hearing your sound, Kevin? Are you guys hearing me?
We can hear you, but not Kevin if he's speaking.
Kevin, I don't think we're getting your sound, man. That's why maybe I didn't know you were doing the smashing already. He's smashing a slab. Oh, I think he's doing it for Instagram too. I think he's got his phone up. He's doing 2 live feeds at once. There's a show that starts at 6 o'clock on Thursdays. It started a couple of weeks ago, and the comic show. And it's weird because it'll have 2 or 3 people, guests on the show, and each one of the people will simulcast the show to their own channel. And so it's like it's odd. So, but apparently some of the people that watch this show also watch that show. So last week we had someone accidentally comment in the chat, and they meant to comment in the other show's chat. Because like all of us, I was talking to Kevin about the siding on my house, and all of a sudden there was a comment that said the Micronauts started in 1976. It's like, what? When were we talking about the Micronauts? And so I watched that other show later, and right about halfway through the show, at the same point, they were saying, "Did the Micronauts toys come out before or after Star Wars?" And so he was trying to answer that, but he was watching 2 shows at the same time. Okay, so these are slightly all these House of Secrets he's been opening the last few weeks have slight color touch on the cover, but it's almost impossible to see it. And to me, they look in tremendous shape for comics of that age. Architects design the whole house so you get easy living, easy traffic flow. Yeah, this says the time warps can go for some dollars these days. What is dollars? Yeah. Like $20, $30? What do you guys mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is, or is it $100?
I'm not sure $100, but if 20, 30 does sound right.
Okay. DC Dollar Comics are great. Dum-Dum early this week. Hello, peeps, is missing Mars. Yeah, I was bored. Yeah, I'll tell you, my older brother got visibly angry when he saw that I paid $1 for a comic book. He says, "Are you kidding me?" He was not happy when he heard that DC Comics had gone to $1. Last he paid for a DC comic was 15 cents. Oh my gosh, looks like someone's trying to come in here. Oh, Gotham City's coming in as an alternate person. Hello,
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
You couldn't hear me on my other camera.
No, I couldn't. That's why I had no idea, and I looked up and it's, oh, he's already opening the slab. I didn't even know. I was busy pontificating about bullshit.
My phone died, and then I turned my other phone on, and that microphone doesn't work.
Oh,
So I
I
don't
have
know
some
if I can.
comics. I have some comics here that are too large to ever be slabbed. Also, they're French. So this is Sherlock Holmes and the Time Travelers. It's a two-parter. It's in and Soleil, the publisher, they have a. It's not a series, but they're sort of interconnected titles where they get all the Victorian era characters. See here, 1800, because the stories are set in the late 1800s. These Sherlock Holmes stories in particular are set during the period after he supposedly died in Reichenbach Falls and before his return. But the characters are all here, so you have Sherlock Holmes and Watson and Dr. Watson. But since the stories are more interconnected, you have more science fiction, which did not exist in the original Sherlock Holmes.
yeah.
A few stories feature Lovecraftian concepts. There's a continuation of H. Rider Haggard's She. There are a few which feature Alan Quatermain.
So is it like is it like the Legion of
Like League of
Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Yeah, but it's more subdued. So the art is more realistic and the action is more subdued.
Okay.
So nothing that extreme. Of course, because this is of course French style storytelling. So the characters stand around a lot. You don't see speed lines per movement. You don't see weird color effects. But you can notice from the panels that the characters are moving because they actually have things like body language, which a lot of new artists in the US can't do. Also, mandatory appearance by Queen Victoria. I only bought these two, but it is kind of a hard collection to follow. The first albums were Sherlock Holmes and the Vampires of London and Sherlock Holmes and the Necronomicon. So they have the covers here. So it is quite a large collection.
As long as they don't bring Aleister Crowley into it, which is usually what they would
I have an Italian comic with Aleister Crowley in the Lovecraft monsters. I have to find it. I don't know. I can't remember where I put it, but I still have to find it. It's the Portuguese edition of that Italian comic. Here's something interesting here. So this is a French comic made by Americans in the 80s. Stan Drake and Leonard Starr, Kelly Green. And this is the last album of the series, and it's set in the San Diego Comic-Con. Of course, one of these guys did Mary Worth. I can't remember what the other one did, because they came from newspaper strips. And there's an art heist. They're stealing original art, and you can tell that Stan Drake and Leonard Starr are not used to the industry because they keep talking about art from newspaper strips being sold, and not stuff by Jack Kirby or Gil Kane, but people from from the old days of the San Diego Comic Con do appear.
Huh.
And Kelly Green is an insurance investigator, and she knows people in the police, but she's not very physical. The cover's like this because she's supposed to be dressed as a superhero, character, and she's trying to distract some people. The cover's actually made up of scenes from inside the comic. Now, Kelly Green was published in the U.S. in the '80s, but they only published the first four albums, and not the fifth, which is kind of weird because it's the one that features something that readers at the time would be aware of, which is the Comic Con.
Oh.
But the art's pretty good. I mean, you can tell that these are newspaper guys, so it's like an enlarged newspaper strip. But I think there's a collection of a more recent collection of this in English. These have not been republished in Portuguese in many years, and I don't think people would remember them. So unfortunately.
Seems like I used to know someone named Kelly Green years ago.
This one is Secret Agent X9 by Al Williamson and Archie Goodwin. And the cover art is made up of bits and pieces from the strips which are inside here. I think there are 3 different strips. Yeah, the scene over here, it's reproduced in the cover over here. And they had a Portuguese artist just trace over and blow up the images and then paint them just so they could be on the cover. Here's something different. French edition of Moby Dick by Bill Sienkiewicz, which was originally published when First Comics tried to bring back the Classics Illustrated. So this is all painted art by Sienkiewicz, which looks better when it's in European size. But it's kind of hard to show on a screen. You lose out a lot of the subtlety. I think some people have some resistance to Sienkiewicz's style, but when he started doing this, instead of just imitating Neil Adams, he had a lot more personality, and he could do different things that he wasn't doing in the superhero stories. All right, give it. And that's some of the stuff that I took out of the bookshelf. Haven't bought anything recently. No money.
Nobody's got money.
Yeah. But the funny thing is that the way we're having comics in Portugal right now, everything is a deluxe edition. Because it's the only way publishers can make money. So they have print runs of 300 to 700, and they sell the stuff for $25-$30 each. But at least they're 200 pages.
Huh.
All right, you can take me out if you want to show somebody else.
All right, let's see. What is sitting there on the comic? What is that thing there? What is that laying there? It looks like it has no foot.
Yeah.
Or maybe it does. Yeah, I see a shoe.
It's just the angle.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I had to get out of that comic room. It's just too hot up there. Come downstairs. I can't take it anymore. Because the air conditioning on that level all comes out of a single shaft that used to be where a chimney was. And when I close the door to the comic room, then I don't get any airflow because, and I'm trying not to make any sound because my wife's doing, has to do phone calls for her job. And so I was trying to be quiet up there. Yeah, it's just too hot today. Um, my gosh. Meyer, you still there? He's probably away. And I don't know if Kevin can hear us. He might be with a customer. All right, I'm getting set up here. It is 6:30 p.m. here in the United States, in central part of the United States.
And it's midnight 30 in Portugal and the United Kingdom.
What are you? What have you been up to? You're writing articles, or you're taking a class? It seems like I heard you were taking
Yeah,
some class.
yeah. I have to take some courses as part of collecting unemployment. And
Oh,
during that time, I don't need to prove that I'm looking for a job, although I am, but
so
no replies.
they're wanting you to show that you're making an effort to be
Yeah,
employable.
exactly.
Well, that's smart. So you don't just have people that are permanently on that,
Right.
like we do here, apparently. Uh,
I
let's
just
see
went
what
and checked,
people are saying in the chat.
I just went and checked the mail, and I got a package. We'll take a look at it real quick. But I got a
Yeah.
letter. I got a letter.
Well,
It's telling me that they're taking sexual harassment very seriously at the VA, and they have a new policy: anti-harassment, anti-sexual assault, and it's quite long-winded. It's interesting.
oh
It's
my gosh.
dated. It's dated December 22nd, 2023.
Well, the post office isn't doing too well, are they? Getting
Look,
Yeah,
things delivered.
it's even
so
worse
whenever
than
I
ours.
see stuff like this is what came in the mail.
Oh,
Dear veteran, on behalf of the department, I want to thank you for allowing us to serve you. We experience the best care and possible service, blah, 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 blah. And then it starts talking about civility and respect. And then it starts talking about anti-harassment, sexual assault, anti-harassment. Anyway, we got
well,
some new
Sal's
action
asking, where's
figures.
that DC 100-page super spectacular #4 with an awesome Rights and Demon cover? Is that the one that's called Weird? I think it has a big word, weird, but it's not Weird Mystery Tale. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Mystic
Weird.
Mars says, Kevin, got my latest grab bag from you. Choice. Why don't you come on, Mystic Mars? Let me put the link in the chat. You can show your package. You can show us what you got. The Body Snatcher, Karloff, and Bella, superb film. Were we talking about that? Hey, brother Fryer, we used to play war with BB guns. Process that. EMSH, there's some fantastic Mobius art in a comic entitled French Ticklers from the 80s. Oh, look at that. What is he, an Avengers count? Oh, it's action
Ooh,
figures. Oh,
Meyer, I got some legends here too.
It's a
Meyer,
Marvel set.
I got some new legends here you might want to see too.
Yeah. It's Thor versus the Destroyer. Let's pull them out.
Did you buy it for the Thor?
I like both of them. I like the Destroyer, and I like the Thor.
The Thor looks like a classic version of him.
That's what I like about it. I don't necessarily like the head sculpts that the Thor comes with, but the body is perfect, so I can put a different head on it to make it look like the real Thor, not without the beard, you know. But it still looks pretty good. But I like Destroyer a lot.
I never had that. I never had that pack.
He was in the Thor comic books in the 1970s a lot. Those ones that he was featured quite frequently. With John Buscema art and Tony DiZuniga doing the inking. Remember those?
They got that out of the box fast. It wasn't in a plastic, and I was just thrown in a box. In a bag, yeah.
Yep. Wow, he's pretty big. He looks pretty good.
Let me see the plastic. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Some of those ones where they're all just one color, they have all that marbling in the plastic.
You're right. I don't like that marbling either.
They actually use good plastic, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like we got a good one.
See, nobody probably bought that because they couldn't see it in the package.
Yep.
Oh, Jambo's here. Hello, Jambo.
Hey guys,
Jambo.
how y'all
We're
doing?
doing a toy unboxing here. Myers opening a toy. Let's see here.
I was looking at that. That destroyer looks awesome, man. Oh, it's Thor
look
with a
at
beard.
What I like about with Marvel Legends is it's all true. You know, instead of everybody being the same size, it's actually accurate to the comic books, right?
That's
When
cool.
that first
I like
Thor
that.
movie came out, there was a pretty good Destroyer Slurpee. It was a Slurpee drink container that was shaped like the Destroyer. It was it's pretty good. I don't want to go upstairs and get. Oh my gosh, he looks like a heavy metal guy with a stupid little beard.
Hey,
Maybe you can do a
Myers.
head swap with a different Thor head.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I've got a better head that I'll swap onto here.
So are these all to scale where you can just swap out heads?
Yeah, pretty much.
As long as the skin tone matches.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
There's a link to come on, and here's a link to GoFundMe if you want to help out a little bit, but no one will. But all right, yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
This House of Secrets is cool. I'll have to show you guys one.
Yeah, let's look at that.
We're done looking at what other figures did you get in that package? That was it?
Yeah, just that.
Are you the black screen? Oh, you're on the screen with the radio. Okay. Okay, is this the one you just broke out of the slab?
Yeah, this is the one I just broke out.
And you don't have another copy of this at home, huh? This is your only one?
No, that's the only one.
I asked because last week he broke one out and that freed up a copy, and I've already gotten it where it's on the way. But can't help but drop money on Japanese Godzilla. What? What does that say? Sofubi? What is that?
Sofubi, they're vinyl toys. They're made out of a soft vinyl. They call them Sofubi.
Okay, I didn't know that one. I know a lot of the Japanese terminology, but that must be one that's
Sofubi
come
is the
along.
terminology for the little vinyl Ultraman figures and the kaiju figures, like those Ultraman figures that I sent you. Those are called Sofubi.
Oh, okay. All right.
Soft
That's a
vinyl.
word Joe Riley never taught me.
Look at this story. It's called Imitation Monster.
Yeah. Who's that artist?
This story?
Is that Alcala? Probably not.
No, you might be right. I can't see.
Yeah, well, it's all right.
Oh yeah, it is Alcala. Look, right there.
Yeah. I always loved him. Is he still alive?
I don't know, but I learned about him because of Masters in the Universe.
Oh.
He did a version of Skeletor, and they all call it Skeletor.
Oh yeah, he could draw great skeletons and stuff. Yeah, he
They
was
even
great.
did a figure. They made a figure recently based on his look. So
Was he
it's
from Spain or the Philippines, Paulo?
Well, which one?
Alfredo Alcala, is he a
Al-
Filipino artist or a Spanish artist?
Alcala is from it's Filipino.
Okay.
look at there's like the mask I just got today.
Yeah.
He was wearing a mask.
So what's been up, Jumbo?
I can't hear him.
Oh, not a lot. Been kind of taking care of my mom the last couple of weeks. She's kind of had a rough bout, but she's getting better. Things are
Is
looking
she
better.
at home or with you?
Yeah,
or?
she's back home now. She's back home
Okay.
now. So, yeah, it's getting better.
That's good. That's good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's tough. That's tough, Jimbo.
Wow, look how clean and white this back is.
Yeah, I think that Color Touch is a comic like that. If there that looks great, and you can't
We
even
can,
tell where the color touch is.
we can talk about that for a little bit because CGC just got sued for defamation
Really,
because they for $8 or $10 million, and they have to pay that because they
Wow.
defamed a restoration company.
really,
Yeah, did you guys hear about that?
no.
I heard about them. Yeah,
Yeah,
getting
they have to
sued or
pay. I
something
can't
like that.
remember if it's eight. Yeah, they got sued. It's either 8 or 10 million, and the judge
Huh.
the judge was in their favor.
Well, you know what that means, right?
The price is going to go up.
Price
That's what I
price to
heard
get
too.
your
But
book slab is going up.
I also heard that CGC has insurance in case they get sued for stuff.
Oh,
I
really?
think I think a lot of people are those people, the younger people that are in it for slabbing. I think a lot of them are leaving the hobby.
So a B a
Yeah.
B this is a B color touch. I think that is like a professional maybe.
That looks perfectly okay to me. I imagine that there's a lot of color touching I did when I was in fourth grade to my first appearance of Ghost Rider in Marvel Spotlight. That has it was, I think, no, or is it the first appearance or is it Ghost Rider 1 that has the black cover? Which
Uh,
I've got
yeah,
both of
yeah,
them.
both of them, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, oh, yeah, the Ghost Rider 1 is where he's breaking through the police barricade, I think.
yeah.
Well,
And I
they were
think
saying how
Marvel's the what?
this restoration company that sued them, they're so good that they can almost do it undetected.
Huh.
Well, I saw
Where?
Jerry the Jitterbug took a comic that was basically in little microscopic shreds, X-Men #1, and every day before work I was watching him gradually put that thing back together. It was unbelievable. He sent it off to CGC for whoever it was he was rebuilding the comic for, and he was angry that they had damaged the book, putting it in the slab or something. I'm not exactly sure what, but he wasn't happy. He was like, "Come on, CGC, can you do better?" And I wasn't sure what they did to it, but um, I
Yeah,
know
I
the
think he took the back from another comic and put on the
yes, he
back of
did.
that one.
He found a Sergeant Fury donor comic from the same month and got and took the back, because it wasn't that valuable, and took the back page, and yeah, and the cover was in lots of pieces, and he put it together. It's really interesting what he does, but
Yeah,
not something I could ever do, and I could never put a comic into liquid and to try. But these guys seem to know. He knows what he's doing. He's like someone that should be working in the Library of Congress.
I just don't have the patience for it.
Oh yeah, what he was doing it would have that took incredible amount of time. Drew, I'll
Yeah.
feed you. Come on, I'll get you some food.
And so you can tell someone like had this book pressed and everything,
Yeah. Where was the color touch on that one, Kevin?
and
Did you find it?
probably on the corner.
Yeah, I
I mean,
mean, there's nothing wrong with that book. Yeah, it was red and stuff like that, but it's still in nice shape, and there is nothing wrong with that.
that's why I buy them when they're purple label, because no one buys them. You can get them
Yeah.
cheap, unless it's a
Everybody-
amazing fantasy 15. People will still buy a purple label, but these kind of books they
Right.
won't buy purple labels.
Huh.
And what do you mean by cheap? What is cheap?
Like $20.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's less than the price of slabbing it, right?
Yeah.
It definitely will be now that they have to make this money back. I just thought it was kind of bad the way they did all those people. I mean, I don't get books graded myself, but everybody was trying to get these 9.8 grades and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden they start making 9.9s and 10.0s and stuff, and I'm like, come on.
It used to be like a 1 in a million chance to get a 9.9.
Right. And now you can take your 9.8 and send it back in and give them more money, and it'll be a 9.9.
Yeah. And that's every year or every couple years they're going to do something like that, or to make you send the same books back in twice.
I guess there's people that'll do it, but I don't know.
It's a scam. It's a scam that they're the only ones making money.
Yeah.
On books.
Yeah, it's all the fun left for the most part with that, and well, really, it's been gone for decades. But the old comics are still fun. It's just the problem is you have to plunge yourself into a world of scum in order to get the old comics. You have to walk past Funko Pops and slabbed comics and idiot 90s comics, and you just can't New 52, and I don't care about any of that.
Yeah, there's very little that I pay attention to as far as new stuff coming out. I mean, Kevin shows some stuff every once in a while, like some reprints of some old stuff that they're redoing and putting back out there again. That kind of interests me, but just new stuff that is just wrote recently or drawn recently, I could care less.
That is what's interesting now is all the hardcover reprints coming from, I forget the name of that company, of all the pre-code horror and the stuff that's been out for over a decade, and now all the facsimiles. That's and Roy Thomas's company, and that's just what I was going to ask him about. Look at that! This comes out Wednesday.
No, this came out this Wednesday. This is the biggest
Oh, it's
seller.
already out. Oh, okay.
This is the only book that really sold this week.
Oh, okay. I thought it was coming up. Yeah, isn't that's really cool looking, man. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Look how cool Aquaman looks.
That's how Aquaman's supposed to look. He's not supposed to be this Game of Thrones guy. It's if he had just looked like that in the movie, I think it would have been so much better.
Even Flash looks cooler in this kind of a suit.
Yeah.
In that space suit he has like now. Or whatever, or armor, or whatever it looks
I
like.
don't know. That has all the little lines of electricity built
Kevlar,
into it.
whatever they do with it.
And this guy looks cool.
Everything was better back then. Wow.
It was. These comics are a reflection of the time, of the current space that they were created in, and you can see that the world was different.
See, that's the time I like, even though I wasn't born then, and the time in the into the 60s and the early 70s, and after that, I just don't really care much.
Let's see that. What kind of jokes stuff they had? Look at, they had a cool shrunken head right there.
Yeah, I found another shrunken head. I showed it in my last video, but I don't think you said you hadn't seen that video yet.
No, I never got a notification about that video.
Yeah, you got to watch it, and I show the Garbage Pail Kids. I was gonna show them to you again, but I got too hot up in that room.
I'll watch it tonight.
And wow. This is just what they ought to do, is just reprint. Just put out nothing but old reprints. That's
I
all.
totally agree.
Yeah,
When I
they're
read old
vastly
comics,
superior to what they are putting out right now. So
And Archie's getting in on the facsimile thing, and one of them's coming out. Maybe that's what you were saying, that the Archie facsimile is coming out next week, right?
That's next week.
And it's going to be the one with the suggestive cover where he's saying he had to beat off the whole gang to, rescue her. So they're going to do a facsimile just because of something that could be taken a different way on the cover.
right.
That's
Well, I
the
mean,
only
you
thing
think they would do
historical
the
about it.
Archie 1 or Pep 22 or even the what is it, Archie number 50 with has Betty or Veronica making the phone call? Was it Betty?
Oh,
I think it was.
Betty on the couch. Yeah, looking like,
Yeah,
yeah, Betty Grable or something. Yeah, that would. I hope they'll do that one. I know. I
yeah.
saw that they were going to do one of. There's a Jughead issue with a yellow cover, and it's like and he's got the Monster Award, and it's got like Frankenstein's head or something, and
Ah,
I think that's being redone. And that's what I've always had my eye on because I'm a monster collector, and I guess that's why they're reprinting it. They're I
Look at here's the real Earth.
Yeah, I mean they're doing a pretty good job of making it look like it's the old style printing. DC does a much better job than Marvel does with facsimiles, and
yeah, I think so too. They got the better paper and everything like
yeah,
that.
yeah, and they don't put the barcode on the cover.
So they're gonna get you guys to make you buy these books twice, though. Did you guys see?
Why?
Because they're gonna reprint them in their golden age size next.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
They're
well, what?
starting Detective 27 comes out
uh,
in September, I think
Oh, really?
20th,
well, that's
somewhere
cool.
around there for Batman Day. They're releasing it in a actual golden age size.
or they be more expensive.
I think it's around $7 or $8. So
Well, that's not too much more.
Are they just going to go through and redo all the ones they've already done, or different ones?
I'm guessing they're going to redo them.
Oh,
How they
boy.
should have done it in the first place.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true, but at least they did them. I mean,
I guess it doesn't matter to some people, but some people it matters.
those
I'd rather
Golden
have
Age
it.
ones the covers weren't done very well on them, because I remember on the Detective 27, they stretched the cover out, and they had to draw in more of the arms of the bad guys that had the gun pointed at Batman, and they drew it very awkwardly, like they had
yeah.
someone's 7-year-old finish out the arm so they could have the cover be taller.
I wonder if they had to trim some of the cover off of this one,
I don't know.
or if they just resized it.
Oh, stop. The heavy breathing is my dog, not me. All
Don't
right.
you have some of those, Gratu, those EC paperback reprints?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to answer. Is that still on the yeah, it's still on the screen. Yeah, I do. I could show them if he wants me to, because they're down here. And I might have Blazing Combat #1 he was asking about. I have several issues of Blazing Combat. I don't remember. I mean, when Warren went out of business, they had all the back issues they used to sell in the ads in the warehouse, and all those warehouse comics flooded the market, flooded all the conventions, and there were you know the Warren magazines are not rare. Um,
You
it's
would
just
think
maybe.
Vampirella #1 is the way they price it.
Well, it was always one that was always not available in those ads. Yeah, I don't know how many they printed of that, honestly. Um,
What about
okay.
Erie #1? I remember or was it Erie #1 where they had the advertisement telling you that there were fake ones or something? And
Well, what they did is they printed an ash can, maybe 100 copies or something. I don't know exactly. But they just printed it in black and white, a little small one, just so they could register the name Erie. They were trying to beat out Erie Publications, the Gore line with the name Erie. And anyway, that's so really very few people
#1,
have that. And then someone was bootlegging it to, but yeah, that's what that was
that's what I've
about.
seen. That's what I've
This,
seen is them is saying that if you
Cool.
find someone selling the bootleg, you should contact Warren Publishing or something like that. You know what I'm talking
yeah,
about? There was
I mean, that really technically, that's Erie starts with issue 2. I mean, the first issue is just the black and white. It's real. It's this is like printed sideways, like the Mad. Um,
Okay.
there's also one of Creepy, and it's done the same way with the artwork sideways. Tales from the Crypt. There's a Vault of Horror here too. Yeah, this of course this is an EC reprint too, and the Mad ones are done the same way sideways.
Do you have all the Star Trek novels? The first one?
The James Blish ones,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've
This
seen
was
that one.
this isn't my childhood copy. This is actually older than the one. This is of
Oh,
the
okay.
'60s. This was
yeah.
the big one, and there was this. There was World of Star Trek, and then there was the James Blish 1 through 9, and then
Yeah,
there was Spock Must Die, and that was the only things that were existed when I was first watching
right.
Star Trek. And of course, now there's probably thousands of Star Trek books, and I don't
Yeah.
really accept any Star Trek really after the '60s TV show because I'm a snob.
The
Here's the
cartoon,
Space
the
1999
cartoon,
What?
cartoon.
novelization.
Yeah, that's cool. I really like
Uh,
that show. A lot of people don't
oh,
watch it and don't like it, but I like it.
I like it. The theme song's great. It's just it's very their acting is very. They're really good actors, but they act like they're marionettes. They're because the director is not giving them proper direction, I don't think. And the second season, they tried to loosen up,
Yeah.
and then they brought in that other character to be kind of a Spock character and give it some allure. This
Well,
is a
we were just watching because of her legs.
yeah, this is the novelization of the '72 movie, so it's actually has words in it, so you comic fans won't like that.
We can't read. We just look at pictures.
Myra was joking
Yeah.
about that in his video yesterday. Here's let me get some more light.
Remember that episode of the cartoon where it was like a time traveling thing where Spock went back to his childhood on Vulcan
Oh
and he
yeah,
had
yeah.
That was really good. Yeah,
this Salot, his pet Salot. It was like a big bear, right? Remember that?
yeah,
Yeah.
That was
yeah.
what a great
Saber-tooth
episode.
bear. Yeah.
That was really good. Because it was basically treated as fourth season of the show. It was really good. There's a Vampirella paperback. They got paperbacks. I've shown this before to Jumbo that there's if he doesn't have this issue of the Swinging Mad, he's missing out on a possible
Yeah, I
She
don't
Nut.
have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get Swinging Mad. It couldn't cost you more than a couple bucks.
And I've only got that first Vampirella too. I don't have any of the other ones. So there's 3 of them. Is that right?
Well, this one's number 5.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I'm
This
missing
one
out on a lot now.
is
I have that one. Yeah. So
is that the first one? Probably.
I'm thinking maybe I'm wrong.
This is 3. I think I have the whole set. I just don't know if I have them all.
Right.
Right.
I'm almost got them all.
Land of the Giants. See, I didn't even know that was a thing.
See, this is why some of those DC comics, like Sinister House of Deep Romantic Secrets, have that cover with the gold oval because they were copying the Dark Shadows paperbacks. It was Dark Shadows that inspired all that gothic romance stuff in that time period.
Huh.
And this is a really nice painting on this Red Sonja.
Oh yeah, I've got that one. I think it's Boris.
Yeah, Boris
Vallejo. Yeah. And then they remember these in the late 70s. They had.
That's how I first read those first 6 issues of Conan, was right there.
Yeah, I think that was right before the movie came out, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, here's number 2 of Vampirella.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do some looking on eBay or something.
Yeah, I'm sure they're around. It's got a cigarette ad in the center. It's like this is a nice cover. Swords and Sorcery. Look at the art of the authors.
Howard.
It's got a great, kind of a 50s depiction of what sword and sorcery is. But after the Conan books with for Zeta and then Marvel's Conan comics, the good guy is always depicted as like mostly barely wearing anything, but here he's got armor on and everything. So an earlier version of what the heroes would have looked like and that. So
there's Christopher Lee and some Hammer stuff.
Yeah. Famous Monster Strikes Back, John Carter.
Yeah.
There's they tried to put out Shadow paperbacks. There's the Avenger. Wow. Some of the Avenger. Do you remember this Invisible Man TV series around 75, 76 with David McCallum from Man from U.N.C.L.E.? I remember watching.
I do. I vaguely remember something about that. I don't know if I ever got to see it or not, but I may have seen advertisements for it or something back in the day.
The Towering Inferno was based on this book and another book I think called The Tower. It was based on 2 different books by 2 completely different books by different authors.
When I see books like that, those particular bestsellers that had tie-ins, like in the mid 70s when we were kids, it always takes me back to the checkout lane at the supermarket. Remember how these books, everyone was buying those books, everybody's mom was buying them, and they were right.
I was excited to get this in 4th grade, The Golden Voyage of Sinbad. My father took me to see that at the San Antonio, Fort Sam Houston movie theater. Here's an Edgar Casey book. David Wilcock thinks he's the reincarnation of Edgar Casey and thinks he looks like him. He does look a little like him, and he doesn't look at him like him there in that picture, but he does look like him in some cases. But what are people saying here? The rarest Blazing Combat is the anthology, which was mail order only. Yeah, I don't have that. The rarest ones are the Heidi. I don't want that. Eerie 17, Creepy 9, and 32, Blazing Combat 1. Kratu, those Vampy paperbacks are nice. And probably the ultimate rare Warren is House of Horror. Only, I heard about that. Yeah, well, there were some rare ones. Yeah. Oop, why did I turn that light off?
Do you have any of those? Was it called Comics International? The one that was always
I have a couple of issues of that. I don't have all of them. That wasn't something that was sold. I got them, secondhand at Lone Star Comics. I never saw those on newsstands.
Neither. I just saw an ad, and it was Richard Corbin, so I wanted it.
Yeah, it's like it's a way to showcase Richard Corbin art in color, basically, and so they're wonderful. I I wish I had more of them. Yeah. So,
Got my
anyone got
library.
anything to show? Jimbo, you got anything neat?
Well, I don't know how neat it is. I got a few things over here next to me. If you guys want to see them,
Yeah.
got a nice Dave Stevens, Betty Page.
Oh yeah, yeah.
New
That's a
stuff again.
catalog.
Yeah, yeah. You probably got that one, don't you?
Uh, yes. I
Betty.
was
Betty.
obsessed in the '80s with Dave Stevens and Betty Page, and
I think everybody kind of was, really. I mean, I
oh,
was
but I
too.
was more obsessed than the average person. That's great.
Oh, that's nice. Never seen that.
Wonder Woman and Supergirl fighting.
Is that a Brave and the Bold?
No, it's a Wonder Woman.
Oh, this should Wonder Woman. Oh, all right.
177. So
Okay, so has anyone seen this new Batman cartoon?
No,
No.
not yet.
no, I didn't know there was a new one.
Last night.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this book right here.
Yeah, I thought I'd show that. You were showing all the cool Thor figures earlier.
Did you see that Creature Commandos is going to be a cartoon?
Yeah, the trailer's
is it?
already online. It's
Oh,
not
there is a
the
trailer.
it's not the
Oh, yeah.
Creature Commandos lineup that you see in Weird War. I mean, there's a couple of characters that Frankenstein's in both, but it's got that weird weasel character that was in James Gunn's Suicide Squad. It's not set in World War II. It's set in present day, and it's
That's
That kind of
it
sucks.
looks.
I was hoping they would be live action, I don't know. I guess it'd be
What
kind of
James
hard.
Gunn is doing is he's going to weave all the video games, the cartoons, and the movies and TV series together. So these characters that are appearing in the Creature Commandos cartoon, some of them may pop up in movies or TV shows with live action actors,
Okay.
maybe the same people that are doing the voices for them in the cartoon. So he's trying to establish that it's definitely one universe where the same actors move from so that Amanda Waller will be in the Creature Commandos cartoon, and then she'll be in her own TV series, and she'll pop up. That's what he's trying to do. But this Batman cartoon has been around for years in production. It has nothing to do with James Gunn. And it has the Bruce Timm's name on it, so that's prestigious because of his involvement in the great '90s cartoon.
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
But I had heard bad things about it from Bruce Timm's mouth during some DC special back when I still lived in Texas, because he kept talking about how diverse it's going to be and inclusion and all this. And so now it comes out and it's set in the 50s and it's real film noir and dark but so it's this is how they get diversity into it. The Penguin is a woman, and her
course.
daughters are fighting, and him are fighting against Batman. Harley Quinn is Asian.
She's got a weird outfit
That
on too. That doesn't look
girl's
good.
African American. So then she's got, oh yeah, she has a weird outfit where her face is all painted up strangely. But anyway, I don't know. Some people like it. I kind of don't like them changing the Penguin, so I
Yeah.
don't really want to give. I'll watch a few episodes, see what I think. I'll give it a shot because we get
Has
that.
anybody watched the X-Men cartoon? Everybody
No,
was,
people are loving it, but
yeah.
the guy that's written all the scripts for it is like that. He's kind of like that guy that was stealing all the luggage that Biden hired. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know if I've heard that yet.
They hired some guy to be in charge of the disposal of all the nuclear waste, and he wears women's dresses and is bald and wears bright red lipstick, and he was going to airports and stealing women's luggage so he could steal their clothing. And then they found out that this guy was a thief, and they had to fire him. He's just he's apparently a real well, I don't know. I'm sure he's just a wonderful guy, but I heard bad things about the guy writing the X-Men series. So
Yeah.
but I don't think we get the Disney Channel anymore. I think our subscription lapsed to it.
I've got it, but I have yet to look at that yet. I don't know. I just think it's going to be, nothing compared to the old series. I like the old series. It was
good, yeah.
80s or 90s when that was out.
The 90s, yeah, the 90s was a good time. That X-Men show was great. The Spider-Man show was really good.
Yeah.
The Tick, I thought the Tick was phenomenal.
I love the Tick. Yeah, I love the Tick.
I thought the Tick was better than the original comic.
Yeah, it was funny. I enjoyed it.
And there was some other stuff that was moderately good at that time. They even did animated series that have been completely forgotten about comics, like Wildcats, and they had a Cadillacs and Dinosaurs cartoon.
See, I don't remember that. I should try to find that or something.
The Cadillacs and Dinosaurs is probably available on YouTube.
Okay.
Wildcats, I remember that.
I remember that,
but I don't think it lasted. It was they did it in answer to the popularity of the X-Men cartoon.
Yeah.
I think there are only 13 episodes.
Only 7?
13.
Oh, okay. Enough to put on a couple of VHS tapes.
I recommend the Inhumanoids. Did you guys ever watch the Inhumanoids? Remember that?
Humanoids.
No.
Inhumanoids.
Or they're like like animal skeletons that.
No, they were like slime creatures. They were all different types of like kaiju. It was like a kaiju cartoon, kind of.
Yeah,
These giant rock monsters, giant slime monster, giant fire monster.
I remember the Marvel comic. This comic store owner had thrown some Inhumanoids comics out in front of his store with a sign saying "Free, take me." And I grabbed some of them because he just thought I could never sell this shit. And I was like, "Oh yeah, let me." But that's how I really know about Inhumanoids.
Yeah, it was on like late 80s, early 90s. We used to watch it in the barracks when I was in the Army. It was one of those only good like Saturday morning cartoons. Maybe it came on before or after Pee-wee. Remember how you would like at that point the only thing you're watching is Pee-wee Herman? Remember?
It's like we're in the library there at Gotham City.
Oh,
the librarian's pushing the book cart around.
Oh, you built it already. He ordered this in the mail, a library cart, like the librarians push around, and he just built it while you've been on the air. So
all aluminum? Is it all aluminum?
Steel, I think.
Oh, it's solid.
Nice, man.
I think I want to order one for my house now.
Can you put books on the other side of it?
That's a double one, but this is a single one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'd like to check out a couple, please.
I had one person do that one time. They wanted a shopping cart, and they bought about that many graphic novels from me. It was like $2,000.
Nice.
That only happened once, though. It was like it was a library like on the reservation over here. Or no, in New Mexico. It was a library in New Mexico. They needed books. Comics.
I still have one of those eerie portfolios in my pile, right?
Yeah. This is what I want.
That had all the covers and stuff.
Oh yeah, I wonder if I'd never heard back from them. The clowns.
Yeah, I want to get one of those. Next to order, I got to remember to want to
Yeah,
buy.
I got to remember which ones I have. I have that one there.
There's 1 and 2, and then just cartoons, and then Spam It.
I don't think I have that. I wonder if they've
This
given up on it.
cool. This one comes with a sticker. Look.
Yeah.
This one has a sticker inside there.
I don't remember if Creepy
Oh,
Nine
this
has
is
the Frazetta cover. You could look it up on mycomicshop.com. I can't
what
remember
I wanted
by
to show to Maya.
numbers.
He wanted to see this.
What is?
Oh, Doris Danger. I don't have
This
that
is the
issue.
this is the newest one.
Oh, okay.
This
I
is
don't
their
know
new.
this. Is this? I think you told me about this a long time ago. It has like old art in it, and
No, it's
It
new art.
looks, it looks
New
old
art.
though.
I've showed it to you before. It's this guy Chris Wisnia. He's from here. I met him years ago because he used to go to the convention in Sacramento all the time when he first started doing this.
oh,
What he does is he just draws in Jack Kirby's style. Is all he does. It's all his stuff, but everything is about giant monsters, and it's made up giant monsters, and sometimes they have silly stories. And the main character is Doris Danger, and she's a reporter. And
She's
that's
got blonde hair.
Yep.
oh, well, this is great. So yeah, this looks like a real comic book.
Yeah.
See,
Oh
look,
my God.
he like the little joke thing going in here.
Yeah. How many copies did you get of this?
I think I had two, and I only have one now.
Oh,
I have like some of his first work, and one of the things that he used to do, you could see it in there. He would commission artists to contribute to his work, and the artists that he gets to draw pinups are all big, really good people. It's all people that we love. Like if you stop and look at some of those pinups in there, they'll be like Russ Heath, or they'll be like Mike Allred. He'll have, like, over the years he made contact with certain people, and it's kind of cool. Jeff Darrow, he
yeah.
crossed in. I don't know. He networked really well, and I met this guy probably in the late
I
'90s.
like that.
He's
That
been around
fake
a long
coffee
time.
stain on it
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. He used to set up his table, and he would have like his wife and his kids in a stroller, and in real grassroots kid, Sacramento area.
What it said something on the front there about Stan Lee, and I read it anyway. Said Stan Lee.
I wonder if that's a real quote they got from him.
Back to this page. Hold on. These are thick pages.
Okay, guys. In the meantime, I'm going to bed. So
All right.
I'll see you guys
Take
later.
care.
Take care, Paulo. Good seeing you, man.
Yeah.
See you later,
All right.
Paulo.
Sounds like the Cartoon Channel on 24 hours a day there.
That's my clock. That's how I know what time it is.
What cartoon's playing right now?
I think it's just. It looks like it's just a Looney Tunes with the big bad wolf. I don't recognize this one.
On the Internet Archive, they've got all these tapes of studio sessions by Hoyt Curtin and the other guy that did the composing of all the Hanna-Barbera music. And it's like, it's the actual sessions where you hear him counting down and getting the instruments ready. And then you hear the music you've heard a million times, but in great fidelity. I was recording that a couple weeks ago, getting all the Jetsons music and Top Cat.
You
Top Cat has
want some reading? This
has
is
wonderful
reading.
jazz music. When you hear it just alone, you really realize how great that music was.
There's some words for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's wonderful. I love when the people
he's
are
funny.
squeezed out of the that guy is squeezed out of the panel.
The monsters have really ridiculous names, and it's all parody, but it's funny. I enjoyed this stuff when I was reading it. I
Yeah,
have 3 of his books.
Look at that name, Ho Chi Cha.
yeah.
His romance comics. Looks like Barack Obama.
It is Barack. What's he doing there? He's cheating on his woman, isn't he?
Doris Danger's back there witnessing it.
She's crying.
Like, she's crying. See, look at those pinups. Isn't that crazy?
There's
That's a
Michael
Michael.
Hart.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Snurge.
God gave good down. Salvashima.
Oh, okay.
I just had a teacher come in here and he wanted some posters that he can hang up in his classroom.
Okay.
What did he end up getting?
He wanted stuff because his class it's like a high school, but they're all kids that are like in their 20s.
Oh,
Okay. So
They're
they're
all kids that had learning disabilities and stuff.
okay.
okay.
So he was just looking for something to get their attention, I guess, and maybe
Yeah, honestly, like he was asking for, do you have any like handicapped superheroes? And I was like, well, Daredevil and stuff like that. But I don't have any Daredevil. I said, I'll give you some X-Men, some Wolverine.
well, Professor X,
Yeah, he's in a wheelchair. They don't put him on any of the posters though.
right?
So I gave him a bunch. But yeah, it wasn't really. Well, he liked him, but I think he was hoping to have. He did mention Professor X, and I went through it like a stack of 150 posters. Not one of them had him on it. And I couldn't find any Daredevil. So. And then he mentioned that character Echo. I guess she's maybe deaf also or something.
Well, then there's Ben Grimm's girlfriend.
Right. Alicia Masters. She's blind.
Yeah,
Except maybe she's a scroll. I don't know how that turned out.
she could be a scroll.
He was deaf.
Cannonball. Cannonball's got no legs, right? He's just like fire underneath there? He's like a double amputee, isn't he?
I mean, they had some weird. They've had recent characters that were. They made this one girl. She was she was like Spider Girl, but she couldn't walk, so she had a wheelchair tied to her back, and she's swinging around with a wheelchair tied to her back.
I think I saw Ethan talking about that and making fun of it.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of. There's not much. It seems like there should there be more disabled comic book characters. I don't know if there should be, or is that's kind of the big ones. I guess Daredevil's the biggest one. I mean, that was interesting when I was a kid. When I first discovered Daredevil, I was about 10, and I remember that being a sell to me. I remember that because of probably because of James Franciscus and Longstreet. You guys remember that show? Remember Longstreet with James Franciscus?
I never saw it, but I've heard of it.
He was a blind guy and he was a detective with a cane, but he had like a white German shepherd, and he was a hero. He was like a heroic blind guy on a. It used to be on like movie of the week or something.
Okay.
Yeah, 69, 70, 71, something like that.
Apex Comics Creepy #9 is a Frazetta cover.
What is the image on #9? Is that the guy fighting like bat creatures?
Yeah, the barbarian guy kind of fighting some kind of flying creatures.
Okay.
You know, Punisher is PTSD, right? There's one.
Okay.
Disability now, but it didn't used to be,
Yeah.
but it is.
I think that the teacher probably wasn't allowed to put gums on the wall, probably.
Probably not.
Well,
Not in this day and age.
he just wanted disabled characters, or he wanted posters to promote reading.
Well, he wanted disabled, but he also wanted just cool stuff hanging up in his classroom.
Yeah. American Library Association usually has posters with different celebrities holding books, and then it says read. And
I think that Hulk would be a relatable character because, like, for adolescents or teenagers, because of the obvious metaphor, right? Of losing your temper, becoming somebody else.
Yeah.
yeah,
Two personalities. Very teenage
Yeah.
thing.
He got
How many-
messed up. He got messed up with the radiation. That's almost he got disabled, or would have
How
been
many
disabled.
disabled
every
characters
Marvel
does-
superhero is pretty much that. They all had some kind of radiation.
Yeah, I was gonna
exposure.
say, how many does DC have? I know Marvel has a few, but does DC have any characters that have disabilities?
Well,
I know not the
isn't
main
there a
three.
character in the Teen Titans with the blonde curly hair? What is wrong with him? There's something wrong with him. Uh, do you know who I'm talking about? I don't.
No, I'm drawing a blank on that.
The only blonde I know is Aquaman. I thought.
On the
No, there was
not
some character.
Aqualad, maybe. No.
Is his name Jericho? Is that who you're thinking of?
Jericho. Doesn't he have some problem? Is he autistic or something, or
I
deaf?
don't know. I just remember the cover. He's got like what is that? A perm, kind of.
Yeah.
Like Greg Brady, except it was blonde.
Oh
know.
wait, they did that to Barbara Gordon. I never
Oh, yeah,
accepted
right.
that.
Oh
Yeah.
I think she got better though somehow. I don't know.
Speedy was on dope. I remember that.
Well, I don't know if that's something you want to put on the wall. Like, is that
Probably
a
not.
disability?
I'm just trying to think.
Superman's allergic to kryptonite. Is that a
Right.
disability? He has allergies.
Batman. They all have multiple personality disorder.
Right.
Well, I would think Batman, the way he's depicted now, that would be PTSD because of saying the parents killed.
Yeah, he's got issues. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe OCD or some obsessive compulsive, maybe or something.
Yeah.
Anxiety.
I think I was talking about this. It's weird. About a year ago on my show, it was about OCD, and
What
it
is
would be interesting if there was a character that had OCDs, because I think a lot of comic collectors have OCD and they can relate to it.
Remember that show Monk? Wasn't that what that was about?
Yeah, he was
think
just
so,
afraid
but I
of
never
everything,
watched
right?
Wasn't he like an OCD detective that lived in San Francisco?
He was a germaphobe and everything. Yeah, so
Okay, yeah.
I guess they would all have, what is it, where you have multiple personalities? Because I guess most of them have secret identities and stuff, right?
Looks like Frankenberry there.
It does, doesn't it?
Something's wrong with this guy.
Wow, look at this guy. I like the
He's got
square.
no leg. He's got
Is
no
this
leg.
reprints of ACG comics?
Yeah.
I should have given him a poster of this guy, huh?
That'd be a good Gotham City Comics logo right on the shirt. That guy underneath.
That is
So
a
do you
great
sell a
shirt.
lot of T-shirts?
I think I have a triple X and a double X left.
That guy. Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, look, he's got the flock of seagulls haircut. That's awesome.
Yeah. Kind of looks like Kim Jong Un though, too, or something. I've been watching that pirated satellite feed of North Korean television that this guy broadcasts live on YouTube recently. It's pretty interesting.
You were telling me about that.
Yeah, it's actually kind of good. It's interesting. It's weird. You can't understand anything they're saying, but it's just a Technicolor propaganda. It's over the top. It's kind of interesting. they show these aerial shots of this, of must be like Pyongyang, this empty city, and they're like kind of showing off their freeways and their highways, and there's no cars driving on them.
Yeah. Well, they say he broke down and cried in front of Trump. That he said, you know, I'm completely controlled by China. And he said, yeah, I know, but, you know, if we work together, you can have casinos and malls and all of these things, you know, and your people can be free. And he started to cry, you know,
Wow.
and because he was giving him this vision of what they could have. And that's why they were buddies. And then, of course, the election was stolen. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I'll go ahead and say that. And then, I
You
don't
know, when I
know.
was in Seoul in the late 80s, I worked with Korean citizens that still, there were people probably in their 40s or 50s that still had relatives that lived in North Korea that they hadn't seen since they were children and things like that. All those people are much older now, but back in the late 80s, they were still people that knew people, you know what I mean? They had family members that were separated by the DMZ that were living in like concentration camp situations and stuff.
And so the DMZ would have been the mid 50s.
Yeah, that's when it was established, like in 1954 or 53.
So the relatives they hadn't seen since the 50s, basically.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's something. That looks like a pretty cool book.
Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Here's a Silver Surfer figure.
Oh, that's nice. That's the new one, huh?
I think it says like re-release or something. Like they released it once and then they
Oh, yeah. That's nice. I need that figure eventually. That's cool.
offered it again.
I've got one similar to that. I think he magnetically sticks to his board.
Oh, that sounds cool. Oh, you got a couple of them.
I got two of those and I only got one. How do you say his name? Scar?
Oh, yeah. Son of Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a nice figure.
It's like
I
the
read one
hippie
of those
version of Hulk. Cross between Conan and Hulk.
That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Almost like, remember how when Hulk went to Jarella's world for like that 3 or 4 issues that we all loved so much and we wanted him to stay? Do you remember? Do you remember when you read it, you wanted Hulk to stay and live happily ever after? Didn't you? I wanted every story
or just have more adventures there, you know, and then they killed her.
More adventures. Yes.
Here's a really cool Juggernaut.
Ooh, that is.
Oh.
Yeah, that's nice. Wow. Looks like he's got a black eye. Who gave him a black eye, man?
Oh, he's got a damaged helmet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
That
cool.
just looks like a dog chewed it up.
Maybe Wolverine.
And then Colossus. Pretty good too.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good. What is the name of this line of figures?
Marvel Legends.
These are the ones I collect, Marvel Legends.
Here's the art on the side.
That one, oh, look at Dave Cockrum.
Yeah.
That Psycho Man is from the same line. And this is a long ongoing line. This is Hasbro's intent. It's already been going on for 10 years or something. And this is Hasbro's intention to just continue forever doing this. Making figures having to do with Marvel property.
Remember, it started with Toy Biz and then they continued it.
Do they stand pretty well?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're high quality. Well, you've got that. That Psycho Man. They stand really well.
Yeah, I haven't taken it out of the package yet.
Oh, you haven't taken it out of the package. That's a nice looking figure. That's McFarlane right there, or is that Mez? What is that?
It's Mayfex.
Mayfex.
They're like $100 figures.
Yeah. Very
But
nice.
what version of Batman had that turn up? Was that Kelly Jones that had the turn up little
No,
part of
oh
the
yeah, yeah. Here's the Kelly Jones head right there with the long ears.
Those were
That's
actually,
funny.
I
He
like
was
that.
just trying to outdo Bernie Wrightson just a little bit by a
It
few
was
inches.
good though. I enjoyed that. That was something from like 1994 that I liked that I was reading. That was
Yeah,
it
I
wasn't.
would look at those. I don't think I've ever read any, but I've got a few. I
There's
don't think I ever
a
actually
breathing
read them, but I
apparatus.
thought, who is this guy that's trying to be Bernie Wrightson? He's insane.
Yeah, it was clearly what he was doing, but he
School
was
has a
doing it.
cloth cape. Is a cloth goods cape.
Oh,
It probably has a wire in it so you can pose it.
really? What's the name of this company?
Mafex.
I saw pictures of the filming of the new Superman movie, and I think they were filming in Ohio or somewhere. And when that actor was walking around, his cape was doing really interesting things. Maybe they had it on a wire or something.
That's what this is.
The TV plays MTV.
Guess what it is though.
Well,
I don't know.
it's today's the birthday of MTV, right? Is that what you're hinting at?
Oh no, I was trying to guess what kind of toy this is.
Oh no, I don't know. Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to be slick. Yeah, I read this morning that MTV premiered on August 1st, 1981, maybe.
Oh yeah, I totally planned that. Yeah.
Do you guys remember what the first video was they showed?
Yeah, that what was it, the Ruggles or something?
Yeah.
The video killed the radio star.
That's it. Yeah, you got it.
Is that the name of the band?
Yeah. That's
That was like a turd that.
You know what
Sounds
this
like
is?
Drew was in distress because there was a. I guess she'd been licking hair off the floor, so she had a turd hanging out of her butt. But she couldn't. It wouldn't drop because it was still attached with some hair, probably some of Cleo's hair. And so I had to actually pull the. She was flipping out. I had to pull the turd out so so she wouldn't wipe it all over the carpet. And it looked like that guy's head. Who is this guy?
This is in Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 1. He was the hitchhiker, but
Okay.
he gets killed at the end of the movie, and then he becomes a puppet basically for the second movie. They
Oh, the
use him as
second movie. Okay. Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
they saved his body, and they use him as a kind of a puppet. You remember that
Yeah,
part?
I haven't seen that since I took a blind date to see it when in the theater. That didn't go over too well.
It was a funny movie. I like it.
Yeah, I was annoyed by the girl. What was her name? Stretch. She was
Yeah.
really annoying because she didn't
So
sound like anyone really from Texas, and that
his
was.
name is Nubbins, and somebody had the real prop, and they brought it to a convention in my city, and they brought it on the plane. They had to buy him a seat on the plane,
Oh boy.
and they had to put him through the X-ray machine. Like it made the news. They had him on the conveyor belt going through being X-rayed.
Yeah, that movie was something. But the problem with it is the first one was such a classic, and then by making a kind of farce out of the sequel with the same director, it kind of hurt the. Well, it didn't hurt the first one, but if it, I don't know. It's like when you had To Kill a Mockingbird, written by Harper Lee, and it was the only book she ever put out. And then after she died, they bring out this manuscript of this other book that's kind of attached to that book that's not very good, that she never intended to release, but
Yeah.
they got her when she was like senile and had her sign off that it's okay. And it kind of hurt the reputation of the classic one that all your teachers force you to read, because in that book, the character of Atticus is not as nice a guy. Has racist views and stuff. Hey, Cleo, what's up?
Stupid about me yesterday ever.
This is a cool Megatron thing.
He's not on.
It doesn't matter. No word, right? He was on earlier. Nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing happened. That's cool. I guess if I was some local dude that was threatening him, maybe I'd get a fucking apology. What a coward.
Oh. Are you on a break?
I'm just showing up on here like nothing. Fuck.
Oh boy.
So I got my shelf cleared. That
What
cart,
was on it?
all the cart held all the books that I needed to.
Oh, okay. All right.
There's a couple other good things over here, like Steve Canyon graphic novel.
That's nice.
Is it a wait, what are these books? I didn't know you had these books.
This little section is my Amazon stuff.
Oh, this is stuff that you're selling on Amazon right now?
Yeah.
What was the Frankenstein book?
The 1950s Frankenstein stuff.
The Dick Briefer stuff? I have
Yeah.
that issue.
I think it's black and white. They have that same book.
Yeah, you're right. It's black and white. Yeah.
I have it. It's pretty good though. If you like, right?
Yeah, there's some good stuff over here. Strange Tales.
Oh, nice.
Captain America, early stuff.
Oh, is it World War II stuff?
How you doing? Yeah, it was early Cap.
Is it World War II?
Let's see. Can't read what issue numbers are they? Oh, there's 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's pretty neat. So, all right.
It's an archives edition.
Yeah.
I got Meyer's favorite. There's a Kirby book.
Oh, that's a good one.
What else is in here? Anything good? Oh, this is cool. It has a pug on it. What's this? Dr. Death. Anything else good in here? Oh, Universe X. Is that what people are going nuts for about the female Silver Surfer or something? Is that in this book?
I don't know.
Oh, was there such a thing in the Marvel Universe?
Because someone said that they're going to make Silver Surfer in the MCU, but it's going to be a girl.
That's what I heard, yeah.
I won't be watching it then.
And I can't remember if it's in this book or if it's a different book.
So what do you guys think about them casting Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom?
That's probably one of the time variant things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
alternate
probably.
reality or something.
It just seemed like a stunt to me. They should have him playing Iron Man. Why is he not playing Iron Man? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't just had him come back as Iron Man. You know.
So in the comics they did this book. It was called Infamous Iron Man, and it was Dr. Doom was Iron Man.
Huh.
Dr. Doom is Iron Man in this book. So that's everybody started buying this book recently.
Oh, that makes sense. Maybe that's what they're doing, right?
That's what people are speculating on, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Doom is such a great character. If they'd done him justice in the past, I mean, it would have been great. But you know, they
Yeah,
didn't.
because they did him in those movies, but they look like crap, like his mask and everything.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
wasn't a good version.
yeah, none of that was. What is Cleo's talking about? Something that happened last night. She's came downstairs and is really angry. What is going on? Do any of you know about something that happened on the stream last night?
Who's stream?
I guess on the Graphic Man
The
show.
Graphic Man stream.
I missed it last night.
Uh,
I saw that he was having a free for all, but I missed it.
I think she didn't like something she heard and was commenting in their chat and she I don't know, shit,
I missed it.
she just came down all steamed up. Um, Something about that she said they were talking about her having thrown in the towel as far as um, controlling my collection and the place that I'm living in or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I was talking about Melissa, my wife, and my room being in such a bad shape, and you know, I was like, she's a
Gotta
saint,
plug you guys in before you die.
you know. And I don't know if somebody said something about your big collection or something, maybe.
Well,
That
well, I
I don't
guess
think
that's
anything, you know, any bad intent was meant by anything, but
well.
I mean,
I
because you got probably the coolest house of anybody on YouTube, I think.
well, but there some of the people in the community I've overheard saying, "Oh, he's got 7,000 rooms," and it's just kind of, and I don't know, just I guess she didn't like her being brought up because it's kind
Yeah,
of a sore point. It's I don't know. She's upset that I don't know exactly what happened. I was trying to watch Donald Trump. Um, I I guess the stream went on at the same time as Donald Trump's
yeah,
speech, and also Big Brother. I was trying to watch those two things, and I don't know. She felt like she'd been insulted, and like that she's just some weak woman that's just been.
yeah. I hope that's not, you know, it
Oh,
wasn't
wait,
my
she's
intent or
talking in
any.
the chat. She's saying, "I don't have a YouTube ring to kiss." LOL. What? Just such a shitty, thoughtless thing to say on a channel where heard where we've heard how they talk. It was just stupid. Let's see. I gotta get back to work. Not gear. It's not geared at you, Jimbo. I'm instead of it
Okay,
hosting.
well, you
I
know,
guess someone else was saying something. I don't know what. I don't know.
I,
She says
yeah,
I'm
I
too
hope that
sick and
she's,
bedridden to care.
yeah,
Uh, I don't know. It must have been someone that was on earlier because she was saying someone came on earlier and didn't apologize. I don't know who it was because I don't know who was on that show last night. I don't know, man.
yeah. Well, just it was me and Micah and Eric.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else got on. I don't believe.
Well,
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's just that she's been really sick and really
Well, I
very
mean,
sick.
if I said something, I apologize to her. I didn't mean
Oh no,
to.
she says it's not you. Wait, what is she? She's saying it wasn't you. I don't know. No, it couldn't have. No, it's just there are people that don't really like us very much.
I
But
like your house. I mean, I would
well,
love to
there.
have a house like that, you know, with all the cool stuff you have.
Well,
So
it's just because I had a brief feud with Captain Strange Life. We've made up. And
yeah,
then at the end of some stream, I made a comment about a nursing home, and then that upset
yeah, I remember
people,
all that
and then
stuff.
everyone's been forgiven but me, and I was kind of kicked out of the club, and I'm not really, I'm sure everybody talked about me when that show was over last night, and
No,
I
not while I was on.
but
But I
I
mean, I
I just
everybody on here is my friend. I consider you my friend. Micah and everybody's still my friends. I like everybody on here. If I've got a problem, I would say something, but I don't have a problem with anybody.
no,
I like all the channels and stuff you guys
yeah.
have and all this.
Well,
I enjoy it.
I always did too until I found out people don't like me.
Well, I mean, if they don't like me, that's their opinion
And
and that's their option, I guess.
I didn't accept it until it was like actually then I realized, oh, it's true. I'm not like it's say no, you just okay. She says, no, you just giggled naturally. It's just like you have some common sense and not talk about us there where people have talked about us so badly and turned on my husband. Okay, as it should be. It's not about you at all, Jim. Okay, it's nothing to do with you. I don't know. I have to go back and watch that stream and figure it out. But it got her all hot and steam. But I just, I don't know what's going on. It's just, she hasn't been doing well, and she's been really sick, and she's having to do this shitty job, and while she's in a lot of pain,
Yeah.
I've been trying to do this fundraiser at the bottom and. Oh wait, what's going on
It was
here?
Eric. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there was any malice or any, real disrespect or anything
He
meant. I
says
mean,
it was me, but I certainly meant no disrespect. I think there
right.
were the both of you. He says, "Okay, thanks, Eric." Okay, well,
We
I
were
think
just talking about my wife is how it started. I was talking about all the stuff she puts up with, and I was trying to sneak stuff out into the other rooms and other parts of the house, that was crammed into my comic
yeah,
book room to try to
no, yeah,
expand it. And
I
then it
understand.
was said something about your house and all the stuff you have, and I think it's really cool myself. So, you know,
Well, it's just, yeah, it's just,
and I don't think there was
I
anything that was meant to be bad. And
no, it's
I'm
just
sorry if
where it came from is Spinner Rack and myself and Eric were joking at the end of a show
I
about
remember that.
and
Yeah,
and,
and
and
I didn't get
then
that either.
and
I
then
thought that was funny
and then
myself.
when they did their show on Saturday, they said, "Well, welcome back to the nursing home," and I'm going, "Oh no, this has become a big thing with them." And then all the people in the chat, something's got to be done about that Wednesday night show. Those people are creeps, and
We
it's
never.
like, oh my God. And I said, and I apologized in the chat, and everyone was forgiven but me. Everyone's been invited on but me, and I'm just
Yeah, Marvel's doing right now is insane what they're doing.
Yeah.
it just was really hurtful because I don't have any friends here. Those were my friends every Wednesday. That was where I looked forward to. And then all of a
Well, I
sudden,
mean, like I said, you guys are all my friends. I look forward to getting on here. I don't get as much time on here as I used to, but anytime I can get on here and, just chat with you guys about some of the same stuff we like, I mean, it's a great time to me.
it
So,
just I guess I just can't get over seeing that the amount of anger blazing from my television set
yeah,
that Saturday night with this guy yelling at us for what we had done, and that of course has all been taken down,
right. And
and so it's all been memory hold, and so I look like the crazy person
I mean,
now.
we can't wear, I mean, and this was, them too. I mean, they, you can't let stuff bother you like that, I guess. I mean,
Well, I have guests on here, and then
yeah.
people come on here and make fun of their teeth, and they never come back on, and then and they say hello, ladies, and then they go over to that show. Hello, gentlemen. It's like Eddie Haskell. It's like I don't like this duplicity and this hatred from this
Yeah,
wonderful, caring community. But I
right.
see what's below the surface. It's just there's a lot of wonderful people like you and Eric and Charlton 66, and then there's people that are admire and people that are under the ground talking about me and don't like me. And I guess it's because I talk about politics, or I guess I talk about how much I hate a lot of comic books. And I say a lot of things like I don't like pretty much any comics that were made after like 1980, not many. And that upsets people because they worship this
I don't like any of
shit.
that stuff either. So
It's
I
some
mean,
shit made for babies,
that's probably why I don't have 10,000 subscribers or whatever, because
right.
I just, I show what I like on my channel, what I want to see and stuff. And I mean,
Right. I can't stand comic book conventions. I can't stand most comic book collectors. I hate almost all of the way the CGC, and yet I've got a channel that I guess is a comic channel, but I hate most of it.
yeah,
I mean, I go in a comic store and there might be 2 or 3 books I want in the whole store. I mean,
yeah,
not Kevin's store. Obviously, there's a lot I want there, but it's just, man. I want to kind of redirect my channel into a different world and talk about music or movies, but you can't do it. You can't play music, and
yeah.
everything's
That's
becoming so unbelievable. That
I seen your
I
video you had about a week ago where you were showing or talking about the squirt GUN,
yeah.
and you
Hey,
know,
that show last
I mean,
Saturday, it
s-
got put back on. You can
so much
actually
for
see it.
freedom of speech, right? I mean,
Well, you aren't allowed to handle a firearm on a live stream, and I kind of understand
I
that
could see if
because
it was a
that
real
could be
firearm.
someone
Yeah,
that uses it to stage a horrible thing they do to themselves, and they
yeah,
stream it to get back at the people that have bothered them. I understand that, but it was clearly a plastic squirt gun that was broken in half. I was saying, Meyer, how do I fix this? And then they pulled the stream. But then things have happened since then. And it's like, I don't, it's so weird. On Instagram, I posted a picture. Oh, it was, the Pulp Fiction movie poster. You can picture it with Uma Thurman there and she
yeah,
has a gun and a pulp or a paperback novel in front of her.
a
Well,
GUN.
oh, did I say it? A G. Yeah, she
It's a
has
G.
this. During the shooting of during the film, the taking pictures of for
I
the
know it.
poster, she just kind of does this and has her chin resting on the barrel of the G. And I posted that, and it's like all of a sudden, all my functions on Instagram are disabled. I can't do anything, and I can't like I try to look at Kevin's page, and it says this page is private, and
Yeah.
I said, Kevin, is your page private all of a sudden? He says, no, it's never been private. And then I get this message that, is there anything we can do for you? Are you in need of help? Because they think the AI think I posted something SUI, whatever. And so but then it goes back to be working. They just deleted that picture. And so so I took a screenshot of what they said to me and I sent it in the Instagram chat to Kevin. And it had a little miniature picture of the Uma Thurman picture. And because I sent that to Kevin, they did it to me again because I was. And then I got it back a few days later, and it took me a while. I had to restart my phone and all this stuff. Well, the other day I posted a picture of Shemp Howard, and he's petting Pete, the dog from the R Gang, Little Rascals comedies.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it happens to me again, and I get this picture. We will not allow pictures of terrorism and and what was it? Hateful ideas, and it shows the picture of Shemp Howard, and I said, is there something hidden in the pixels that it takes
Well,
AI to
I
see?
wonder if they're just looking at certain people, or are they targeting people that they think
They
or
might
something?
target me because I don't like
Well, I mean,
Carmela
because
Harris or whatever.
I say that because I had a video that had that uh the spiritual book, The Girl Who Liked the Swastika. I don't know if
Yeah,
y'all can say that or
yeah,
not
yeah.
either. But I made a video and it had that comic in it, and as far as I know, it's still up. So
Yeah, well, maybe that's okay. My wife says, I take back the anger towards you, but the fake nice people that are out of their mind with malice, that's the real wound. I really have to
Yeah.
go, but it's really because of the conversation. We overheard it was crazy. No problem. I'm sorry it came off. Came
I'm
off.
sorry
I
if
hope
she
you
was
feel
offended.
better
I mean,
soon.
I really am. There was no, it wasn't a meant. I
Oh,
don't even know if there was
no,
anything, but
yeah, that Hansi book, yeah. Um,
Hansi,
Strange
yeah,
Love had
that's
a
a,
picture taken down of some German, some women in German uniforms, but they were probably like Ilsa types. That's definitely different from a Christian comic book. But anyway, so I look at the picture of Shemp Howard to see what could AI get from this. And I realize it's black and white. Shemp Howard's looking down at the dog, and there's a like you're seeing here, there's a black shadow under my nose from the
yeah,
light. And I said, AI is thinking this is a picture of Adolf Hitler with his dog because he's got a black shadow that looks like a little Hitler mustache.
it's
It's
crazy,
black and
man.
white. Who would be posting a black and white picture on Instagram? Everyone posts bright, colorful pictures. So if you're posting black and white, it must be some horrible picture of Hitler. It was Shemp Howard, for crying out loud. And it's like, and all this happened within several weeks. Three, actually four incidents of. So this is just the beginning. They're just now starting the Kamala Harris. Just wait and see what they start doing to us.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're whipping
I
it
don't
back.
know what. See, I left you guys talking while I went to the restaurant. I don't know what you guys were talking about because I was eating. It's like there may be something lurking that's going to get my whole page taken down. I don't know. It's
Well, I did show this earlier, and I take it back if it offended somebody.
wait, what is it?
This is Jim Stranko's Valkyrie with Airboy and stuff there, but underneath of my finger here, oh well, there's one right there. So sorry,
Oh, it's okay.
I didn't mean anything by it. Just
No, I mean, how
it was
how
a
are you?
cool Jim
How is
Stranko
anyone?
comic.
How's anyone going to show the covers of any of those Captain America 1940s issues?
Yeah,
How are you going to post any of that without it being hate?
I mean it's just a cool comic, but that
Yeah,
doesn't mean that you know I'm a Nazi
it's
because I have a Captain America comic
yeah
or
because he's
Invaders or something like that
he's
where
knocking
he's
them out.
fighting the Nazis.
Right. That's the thing. You can't even fight them. You can't even depict them. You can't even show that that once existed. Because that's all how this
I
cultural
mean, are we that
Marxism works.
confused where we don't
Like
realize that they're the bad guys? I mean, they think
movie
people are
heroes.
that
They're
simple and they can't tell that that's bad, and I don't understand it.
It used to
Uh,
be common to like to make fun of it, and that's just a gallows humor that went along with it. I got banned from Facebook a bunch of different times, and one of the images that I posted on Facebook that got me like timed out for a week or something towards the beginning. I had these teenage sons, and it was 2015, and they were a little edgy, and it was a photograph of like a toddler dressed in a German military uniform, with a little bit of black makeup right here, and he had a sippy cup, and it said, "I must eliminate the juice." And I thought it was really funny. I thought it was hilarious. So I posted that, and they banned me, and then a couple more posts similar to that. And I don't do this Facebook anymore. But my
yeah.
humor's just too edgy, and I raised my kids the same way. I think it's a hilarious image. Don't you think that's funny? Little sippy cup in his hand, and it was like a hollow. Imagine the parents that dressed their 3-year-old up like that on
Well,
Halloween.
this is the kind of stuff that used to be a National Lampoon, and
Yeah, it's funny.
the that generation that read that stuff that when they were in college is now, uh, they're the age of they're the age of the politicians that are running things now,
Yeah.
and somehow they National Lampoon pushed it real far. I mean, they
Oh yeah,
really
much
did.
farther even than like they were the 4chan of 1974, and it was like a magazine of memes every month is essentially what was going on there. And
Yeah, it was a very different style of humor than what you normally see in, because most comedians
Right.
have self-deprecating humor. They kind of make fun of themselves, and or their neuroses, you know, the Woody Allen style or Seinfeld. The A lot of comedians are Jewish, and they have a sense of humor where it's like, I'm a schmuck, you're okay, but I'm a schmuck. And this National Lampoon humor, which comes from these rich kids that went to
Yeah.
Harvard, is more like, I'm okay, you're the asshole. And then
Yeah.
everything's directed towards you instead of
Anglo
internally, which is the way we normally see stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
And so that's why it was so out there. And then it was there in the beginning of Saturday Night Live because they brought in the National Lampoon people, and then they purged it. By 1980, that was pretty much gone, and it was back to just being bland,
Yeah.
normal American humor, not rich kid humor, which is hates everyone. And I internalized a lot of that National Lampoon humor, and that's why a lot of people don't understand this channel. They don't understand my humor, and I just try to be funny, and I lose a lot of friends and lose a lot of subscriptions. Missing Mars says, "Doctor, hello."
The Dr.
I,
Fox. Yeah.
Yeah, I flipped over to the other channel that's on at the same time. Missing Mars was over there. He's one of the guys that watches both channels. So it's like we've got. I was talking about maybe moving this to another night because there's
Yeah, I
several.
think I caught that in part of your stream the other day.
Some of these people watch both shows, and
Yeah.
unless you've got two different, unless like President Nixon, you've got all these TV sets, and you're watching feeds of everything. Like you
Is
picture
that
the.
guy new? I mean, I've not seen
You guys
much.
can keep talking, and I'll just change covers.
Oh,
Okay.
let's see. Oh, yeah. Let me put it on you. I don't. I think he's one of the new guys, like Higgy Pop. He
Right.
kind of he he's he's part of that crowd. He's in tight with Dr. Silver Age, and Metarog has adopted him.
Okay.
I think he he's kind of looks like. Andy Warhol and Roy Thomas had a child together. He's kind of, uh, yeah, and
I
he
think
just
I've
showed,
seen him with something squirt gun, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah. He's
Psychotronic,
got
he
some good
needs to
stuff.
change
I
that
mean,
name to Psychotronic Squirt G so he doesn't get in trouble.
right? Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I've seen some of his videos. I think he's got some pretty good content and stuff, So, I said the word, man. I'm sorry.
no, it's all right. I just don't like. I don't. You know what? Content used to be a term used by the people that make those movies in
Nice.
where is it they make those films that Meyer, the ones that we can't talk about, is that what valley is that where they make all of
Oh, in
those
LA. You're talking about
LA,
LA.
but what is the valley where they make them all?
I can't remember, but it's close to like downtown LA. Oh, Van
Okay.
Nuys. Van Nuys.
Okay, well, there's the type movies I'm talking about. uh they always would call that content. It's like they would sign up the people,
It's
their
adult content.
contracts. It's like, you're going to be
Yeah.
making this 2 hours of content, and it will be this kind of so it all used to be part of that industry, and now they on YouTube they call it content, and it's just, I don't know, I just think it's very I just rather it be called shows.
Right.
What is Santiago, a movie or a TV show? I've never heard of that.
It's a movie, an Alan
So,
Ladd movie.
okay,
I don't
so
remember that one.
Jambo, you must have. I haven't really watched all of your show, but it sounds like that you were on the show when Night Tiger was
That's
showing all these dollar gold key books he got, and you must have immediately pounced on his Bewitched books. Is that what happened?
Yeah, yeah. I managed to trade him out of a Bewitched #1. He sent me a number 11 also. I traded him some X-Men stuff for it.
What
great.
time period X-Men?
It was some of the bronze stuff, but I don't collect those because everybody collects them and they're too expensive for me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay a bunch of money for something I'm not going to try to finish that whole X-Men series or anything like that.
Oh, you
So,
could never do that in a million years. It would be like trying to buy all the Richie Rich comics, or all
right.
the
I mean, they're
every
just so
appearance
expensive
of Hot
now,
Stuff.
and I mean, they're good stories and they're great art and everything like that. And there's nothing wrong with them. It's just like Spider-Man. I really like Spider-Man, but I would never try to complete or collect Amazing Spider-Man just because, they're so expensive.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd like to get more early Spider-Man books, but yeah, I could never get the big ones,
Yeah.
and I don't care about Spider-Man after. Well, the black
So,
suit came along,
yeah.
Secret Wars. Nothing after that is interesting to me at all.
So it didn't bother me to let those go, and I traded him some of those, and he, like I said, he gave me a
Hey,
Bewitched
Meyer, can you go
1
back one?
and 11.
That spaghetti cover. Oh, he's cutting it with a pair of scissors. That's a really good idea.
He looks like his eyes are dilated, like he's out of his mind. They all are.
Yeah.
You know that Spire, those religious comics that Hansi came from, the ones
Yeah.
that Al Hartley did, those Archie comics, their eyes are all insane. He draws the Archie gang's eyes like they're all whacked out of their minds. Yeah, well, that's cool. Is a Bewitched #1 a pretty valuable book?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised
Maybe
because I
that's the
looked
name of
at
the
them.
valley I was trying to think of. I'm just
It's
kidding.
over $100 now, I think.
Oh, really?
Somebody told me they just put it up on the key collector as like a top 20 or something.
Oh, wow. Well, he only paid $1 for it, so.
Yeah, he got a good deal on it, and I think he had 3 copies of it. So
Oh, he did?
yeah, so you might
Oh,
have another extra one if you're looking.
I've never found a Bewitched comic, I don't think.
I don't have any. I wish I
yeah, I
did.
don't
It's my
think
favorite
I
thing.
have one either, and that's one of my favorite shows.
I love that show.
I've
Remember
never seen that
calling Dr.
comic.
Bombay? Wouldn't it be great to have a doctor named Bombay? I'm going to tell somebody that, when you go to the
Bombay.
doctor, say, yeah, I've got a new
Old
doctor.
Yeller.
Dr. Bombay. See how cool they are if they get the joke.
Old Yeller.
Yeah, what was the doctor's name on the Addams Family?
Wow.
That was cool.
Drawing a blank.
I don't know.
Somebody Google that. One of you 14 people watching.
Aunt Clara. What? How sweet was Aunt Clara? Right? Remember that?
Yeah, she was the forgetful one, right?
Yeah, she was the goofy, forgetful one that would make messed up spells. She like stole the doorknobs or something. She put stuff in her purse, right?
Yeah,
That comic.
there was a National Lampoon comic of Bewitched that went pretty far.
Oh, I remember that one. You're right. That's I know the one you're talking about. It was great.
with
Who
the
drew
way
that?
witches really act.
Yeah, was it Frank Springer or something? I can't remember who drew that.
It went pretty far.
He
Tijuana
was
Bible,
full
like,
nudity. You could see Endora and Samantha in the nude, well drawn, if I remember right. Yeah.
I have that
Doing
issue.
horrible, satanic spells and stuff. Like
I think I got that Shelly Willy from Kevin that you just showed.
Yeah, you have the same one. I've had it for a while, but I remember I saw you got it from Kevin. I like this because it's about snowflakes, right?
Yeah.
Shit. Sorry about that.
That makes me laugh every time.
Your screen kind of vibrated too.
Yeah, that's a crazy horn.
Annette Funicello.
Oh, here's the Moloch cover.
Ah.
Yeah, that looks like
They even
Yeah,
call him in here. He's called Molech in here.
That's in Hillary Clinton's backyard.
Yeah. Oh, here's a great one. This is the best
Yeah,
one.
I
Yeah,
got that from Kevin
awesome.
too.
I
I'll
don't
If
have
I
think
to
had
he
a
got that
comic
one
book
from me.
wall, that would be on it.
He didn't get that from me. I still have my other copy.
What?
I got mine from
No, I
from
got
my
your extra copy.
Yeah, you got one of his copies.
Yeah, he didn't get it from you. I got a copy from
I
you.
got mine from my comic shop a while back. Just a lot of crap.
Do you put it in the
What's that?
bag backwards?
The
What's
Disney
that?
one. Yeah.
I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta
it's,
put
it's
that in
this is
backwards.
backwards.
yeah, that's the way to
This is the
display
this
it
is the
because the
back
other
cover.
side is what is
Is
it
yours
called?
damaged
Boffo
on the
laughs.
top?
This is the back cover, and this is an oddly shaped comic, so that the top of this comic always is bent because it's
Yeah.
too
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, mine is bent. Yeah, because if you put it in a comic box, I guess it gets bent.
It's actually Boffo Laughs #2, but the back cover is this image.
You have to make a custom. I took a magazine board and I cut it, and then I put it inside of a regular bag.
They didn't do that when I got it from my comic shop. They sent it just like this in a regular bag.
Yeah. I've
The
never
other
seen one that
side,
wasn't damaged.
the
You really
the
all bent, probably, huh?
the back cover is great, but the comic looks a little Canadian. Is it Canadian? Something
I don't
about
know.
it.
I bet you they all got bent at the distributors trying to put them in the box.
Yeah.
They'd squeeze it in the box and damage it right off the bat.
Yeah, I
This is
watched
the
your.
all-time- Look at that logo. Isn't that a great, logo? Isn't that perfect?
Yeah, you showed this on your last video, didn't you? This issue.
Those are
I
great.
think this
Yeah.
is a different one. I have a bunch of them. This is a different issue. I don't think I showed this one.
Number 27. That was my favorite issue of Daredevil. It had
Does-
the woman on the cover being tortured by the guys in hoods, and they were hitting her with a
yeah,
cat
that's
of
the
nine tails and pouring concrete slippers on her. And
By
yeah,
this
it's crazy.
point, does Daredevil not appear in it at all, or does he appear in one panel?
So by this point, it looks like he's not in here at all. But in earlier on, he's only appearing in like 1 or 2 panels at the end of the story when they wrap it up and he comes up with the moral. But right at this point, it's just the little wise guys, and it's almost in a way like it's a front, because even though they've switched it so it's little wise guy, it's comic code approved, and all the stories are ethical and moral, and they're trying to make it preachy, but at the same time, you've got overt violence, kids usually committing violence against adults in every story.
They're just trying to pull him out of the swamp.
Yeah, they're just trying to help him out.
I think it cost them a lot of money with the post office if they changed the name of the comics. Maybe why they just kept it
Maybe.
Daredevil.
That's good.
Let's see.
I put the hammer in his hand. It looks pretty good. It's kind of it's a little short. I think the handle is too short.
Huh.
You should get the spinning hammer effect to put in his hand.
I think I have one. I don't have that figure. I have the spinning hammer effect for the Beta Ray Bill figure. I don't have that other Thor because I want to get that other Thor because I'll switch the heads out. That's the one that comes with the spinning hammer. You gotta buy like 2 Thor figures to get the one you want, essentially.
Have you heard of this guy?
No.
This is his first appearance. The Neck.
Is this
These are the friends of mine from Texas.
Is this the clowns? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Some of the art they do themselves, and some they get artists. They recruit artists from like the Ukraine or somewhere.
But
You
is
can
all
get-
the writing the 2 clowns are doing all the writing here?
Oh yeah, they do the writing.
I don't want to give the ending away, but this Neck guy is cool.
I got one of these.
I don't want to spoil it. This
Well,
is
what's
a
coming out Wednesday? Is there anything interesting?
this is a
Not
demo.
just
This is a demo coffee.
was there something misprinted in it? Is that why they don't want it sold?
I don't know. Maybe it had a dent in it or something.
Oh,
Oh, I got that new that Tiger Force Dusty that I found on clearance, Kevin, and it's really cool figure. You know that was I made that short about. I
Yeah,
like
the Tiger Force one looks better than the regular one.
It looks way better. It looks much better. I actually like the Tiger Force figures. I'm gonna try and maybe collect some of those. They're
I don't
pretty
know
cool.
what you're talking about.
It's these new GI Joe action
Oh.
figures that are also made by Hasbro that are very much the same material and design as the Marvel figures that we've been looking at.
Oh,
They make the new GI Joes. They're also 6 inches tall and made of all this kind of what is this
Is that a
material?
different? That's not him, is it?
Yeah, this is him.
Does he have a different head with the with like one of those desert
No.
things that comes down?
It comes
Over his
on and
neck?
off. No, I'll show you. Hold on.
I was gonna say I like them.
He comes with these goggles that fit, and then you can take the goggles off, and then he comes with the helmet with the goggles.
Yeah, I
that
like
go
that.
over.
I like that way with the head thing.
Yeah, he's got the helmet with a camo rag over it. It looks pretty great. It's like a cravat.
That's like a sun shield thing, right? For so your neck doesn't get sunburned.
Yeah, we used to call it a drive-on rag. It's just like a big green cloth that you can use for multiple different purposes. That's why it's called a drive-on, like drive on. If you just give me this green handkerchief, I'll be fine.
yeah, I had no idea what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, this is what the new GI. That's the new GI Joe right now. This is current GI Joe. That if you were a kid and you played with a GI Joe, which there aren't any kids that play with GI Joes, so these are really just geared towards us, towards like 30 to 60-year-old men who remember GI Joe, and now they buy these new ones. That's what's up.
Yeah, there's no kids that buy toys anymore.
Mm.
It's
Yeah.
completely just a collectors and nostalgia market only.
Yeah, so who's going to collect the stuff in a couple of decades? That's what I keep saying is that
Yeah.
I think the market's going to fall. I mean,
I think you're right. Yeah, after all of
everything.
us die out, then there's not going to be anybody around worried about this stuff because they're going to be looking at their phones and what's on their phones, and
Yeah.
All this stuff's going to be just in the
They might collect
dumpster on the
metal
side of the road. Be able to find it and get it for free on the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean these
There'll be a couple cool kids.
but think of all these people that are indoctrinated to have these woke beliefs and then they inherit a giant collection of golden age comics with women tied up and Nazis being fought. They're going to just think this is the most evil stuff and want to start a bonfire. I think, but I mean, maybe.
it'll be wear them all over again. What do you got there? It's a finger.
It's a squirt G.
Yeah, I just hung one of those. You sent me one. I hung it up on my wall just a few hours ago. He got all this old store stock from some an old five and dime or drugstore, and that's a really bizarre looking squirt gun, I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great too.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It looks
That's
like Nick
Nick Fury.
Fury. Yeah. It really looks like they might have used the Nick Fury comic as the reference there. You might be able to find the actual panel they stole that from.
Yeah, it looks like Dick Ayers or Jack Kirby, huh?
Yeah.
Here's the grabber.
Yeah.
Scare him, grabber.
What is? Oh, you got a price tag. What is that? Oh, that's not a price tag. It just is not. Is any of this dated?
No.
What would you guys think? This is from about 67, 68?
It's Hong Kong. It's not China.
Yeah.
It's all Hong Kong, and it's all out of New York.
So late 60s, early 70s, something like that, maybe
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
No one ever talks about Hong Kong anymore. It's all Taiwan. Taiwan's going to be invaded by China, but no one ever mentions Hong Kong.
Right.
What happened
Only
to
Hong
Hong
Kong.
Kong? They used to make everything.
Yeah,
Did
I
they
guess
get
Hong Kong
absorbed
food.
by
I think they
China?
got absorbed. That's exactly what I was going to say. They must have got absorbed into the rest of it there. And
They don't even show Hong Kong food on TV anymore.
the whole country and all of its culture for thousands of years, and we just think of it. The first thing we think of is Hong Kong Fooey. Fucking,
but he
that's
was the
hilarious.
#1 super guy, you know.
Yeah.
Chinese secret. What was that? What was that? What was the ancient Chinese secret? That was a commercial. What was the ancient Chinese
Was it
secret?
Whisk or All or something like that?
Olive? What was it?
Tide?
Oh,
It was some kind of detergent or something, wasn't it?
How could that be an ancient Chinese secret?
Well, remember the woman came into the dry cleaner and she was going to get.
That's right. It was super
oh
racist.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Because
She was going to get
Chinese
her dry
laundries.
clean.
It was a racism. Oh, that's
Exactly.
Yeah, you'll never see that commercial again.
that's I want a spicy meatball. That one's okay. It's just Italian.
The Hawaiian Punch. Yeah, I like the Hawaiian Punch ad.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I think that's every time I laugh, every time that noise makes me
That was
laugh.
kind of a
so
funny
much.
message. Let me say, it said something about a fissure. Oh, it just says there's a lot of fissures in the machine. They'll go away if Kamala gets the election. That's this conversation between my cousin and my friend. I got to mute it.
So, my wife has to do these political calls where they give her a script, and she was calling people in Arizona. You might get a call from her, Kevin. And she was so upset. One of the reasons she's in a bad mood, why she just came down here in a tirade, is she's being forced to read this stuff word for word. She can't alter it, and it's just propaganda. It's supposed to be a poll, asking people's questions, but they're supposed to read this long spiel, and then they ask the question. So, how do you feel about that? After you tell them about how bad MAGA people are, or whatever.
I
But
block calls that I don't recognize,
anyway,
so she wouldn't have called
is
me.
it true that Carrie Lake is against all abortion? Can someone Google that, or do you know that, Kevin? That because like Trump says, rape, incest,
Never.
life of the mother.
She
So
never
Carrie,
mentioned anything to me when she's been here.
no, yeah, Carrie Lake is a frequent customer of Gotham City Comics. Um, like you're just going to talk about that or that. Well,
Hey, remember when you were talking earlier about like the different decades and the clothing trends and everything?
yeah.
Like there hasn't, I guess, since the 80s been a real different trend. I guess the 90s had a little bit of a trend.
What was the 90s? I can't think of what
I
the
remember
90s.
90s, they had overalls and you take one strap down off your overall and then you'd have the,
It was
well,
grunge.
there was grunge and then there was hip hop too. And
Grunge,
you
yeah,
had
yeah, okay, grunge.
Hip hop.
grunge
Right,
and,
the beginning of hip hop. So
Yeah.
the baggy clothes, girls, like you said, with the
That was
one.
Dexy's Midnight Runners and
But
Come On
but
Eileen. Yeah.
but grunge and hip hop were small pockets, but as far as overall encompassing all of culture, like the 50s, you know, the type shoes that girls wore, the type socks they wore, the type
Yeah,
shirts.
there was way more difference back then. And in the 2000s, there was nothing. But then I thought of one thing. There's
What?
one thing. It was these pants. They were called Jinko jeans.
Yeah, I remember Jinko jeans.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you know, all through that decade, I was around inner city kind of gang culture, and the people wearing Dickies. I don't really know what the general public. I don't know what they were
That was the only
into.
thing I remember out of the 2000s.
Yeah, the sagging pants. Actually, the sagging pants, that was pretty bad. I think
I heard
that's
that
not
was a
going on.
prison. I heard that was a prison trend that they brought into the
Yeah,
streets.
yeah.
Yeah, I heard
I
that.
don't know that people do that anymore, do they? I don't think
It's pretty
so.
gross, man. It's pretty really gross. It's like
Yeah,
It was really vile,
I
vulgar.
don't want to
Yeah.
see anybody's drawers, you know. So yeah,
after COVID and everything, I didn't see anybody sagging like that anymore. I mean, that's a really way to spread germs.
Yeah, I thought it was the San Fernando Valley Moon Dust says.
there you go.
Psychotronic
This is,
Sport Gun and Cheap Comic Collector have cool shows. Check out their $2 claim sale. Yeah, I saw you got early Marvel Tales
You
from
remember this? That's not drawn right, but Grot, do you remember that S that all those kids were drawing? Like in the
yes, I do.
early 2000s or like the late 90s?
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to work in a lockdown facility for criminals, crazy people,
Yes,
and they
it
were
was that.
oh yeah, the Stussy S. We call that the Stussy S.
a lot of them were kids, and they would draw that everywhere, and they would wear those clothes that what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I
It was popular.
I thought it was a gang thing because it was being drawn by people that were in gangs. But then I saw some people talking on Facebook. Remember in the 90s when you used to draw this when you were bored in class? So I think it was being done by a lot of people. And
It had to be nationwide because these were kids in California that were drawing it.
yeah,
And
it
so
was a
This
nationwide thing. I don't know what it means.
I don't
this
either. I
book
was
was that's
south side,
Ethan's brother.
south side or
That
something.
is the brother of the frog guy.
Yeah,
He's
that's the
actually
brother.
pretty talented. He's not bad. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all right. Oh,
That's the brother of the frog guy.
okay. So this is 2000s. This one.
No, this just came out, but he's
Oh.
that trend of Jinko jeans. It just it was the 2000s.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in culture really.
Your
I've got
pants
my
your
head
pants would
buried.
drag on the ground, and they would get all ripped up from dragging on the ground all day. And then if it rained, I remember your pants would get wet, and they would start seeping up.
hmm
You'd have wet pants by the end of the day.
Nice. Time to
And
go home.
I remember my mom used to make fun of us and said, "You guys are wearing like bell bottoms."
Yeah.
But the difference is they're straight down all the way baggy instead of just going skinny and then flaring out.
Oh, you know, bell
And then these
bottoms have
really
come
long
back into
pockets.
style.
Remember how the pockets were really long? The back pocket was like super long, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could put I remember you could put a Nintendo in your back pocket. I put a Nintendo in my pocket one time.
Well, in this part of the country, bell bottoms are coming back in style for girls, not for guys. And because there's some country western singer that has bell bottoms, I can't remember her name. And also lots of holes in the jeans, like an incredible amount of holes in the jeans are
I remember
also in
that when
style.
jeans cost more, you'd have to pay more if they had holes in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the way it is now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. My nephew just bought some, and I was like,
You
"You got
could just
ripped
take a
off,
belt
guy.
sander to 'em.
Yeah, you got somebody else's used jeans and paid new money for them."
Yeah.
Guys, I gotta tap out. I'm gonna have to get off. I got an early day tomorrow, but
Yeah, this is your busy season, right?
yeah, unfortunately.
Just be glad you're not out here in Arizona.
I am glad of that. It's hot enough here. It's been in the like 90s, but I mean that's pretty hot for us. And I know it's way hotter out there where you're at.
Yeah, the people like I saw 3 people getting they had fire department like 3 different people yesterday.
Wow.
Probably with the heat strokes and stuff.
Yeah, it's been in the 90s here, but it's kind of humid, so it feels like it did when it was 110 back in Texas to me. It's just I don't burn my hand on the steering wheel. That's the only difference. Anyway, it's nice seeing you.
Good seeing everybody, and you guys have a good night, and hopefully see you soon. I'll be looking if you switch the times or whatever, Gratu.
I don't know. What do you guys in the chat think? Should I give the night to this psychotronic squirt gun guy, or should it go to
It
Duke?
doesn't matter. I mean, I don't.
I mean, I was only doing Thursday because Cleo works on Thursday. I
Yeah.
mean, there's really no good time. Saturday's a perfect time, but then I'm conflicting with the psychotronic squirt guns friend, cheap comic collector, or with the Dr. Soul Rage. But Saturdays, she works on Saturdays. That's really a perfect time. That's when people are off. I don't know, but I don't know how many. There's a couple of people. Missing Mars likes to watch both shows. And this other guy that accidentally commented on my show when he meant to put the comment on that other show. That's how I found out that, oh, there's another show on at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll probably stay on this night. I don't know. I don't care if I even keep doing YouTube. I guess I will.
I hope so. I mean, I enjoy your channel and stuff.
Thursday's the best for me.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
I mean, I'll
show
keep doing it just to talk to friends. It's a way
right.
to communicate, and things are going to get pretty hairy in the next. They say stock up on food and water for around October is what the current word is. So, I mean, I think things are going to get really interesting over the next 6 months.
So if everything's looking bad for them, they're going to cut off all of our utilities or something like that, maybe.
There's no telling what I have no.
You never know, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, if you went back to July 1st, think about all the history that's happened in the last month. An assassination attempt, Biden went down. Just like, uh, I don't know. I can't even remember.
Notice how nobody's hardly even talking about the assassination attempt anymore.
Oh, they memory hold that. They want you to forget it because it turns out that the guy that they're blaming it on had a Gab account where he was real pro Biden and real pro immigration and really he had the whole party line. They wanted you to say this guy was a registered Republican. And it's like, look at that guy. That's not a registered Republican. But he was a registered Republican because a lot of the Democrats registered Republicans so they could vote for that woman and not vote for Trump in the primary. What was her name? The one that was
the one from Carolina that was running against Trump for a while.
Yeah, they wanted the Democrats were going out pretending to be Republicans to vote for her so that Trump wouldn't be the candidate. That's what they were trying to do to influence things. So I guess, yeah. I didn't want to go to his screen to see this, but yeah, we'll see you real soon, Jumbo.
You guys take care.
And the disc, I'm making the disc for you.
All right. That's good, man. Y'all take care.
Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been wanting to go to your screen to see.
What is this? It's a bat.
That bat that was flying around in our house is just disappeared. So I guess he or she got out of the house.
Or died in there.
Oh, listen to you, man. I don't think so. I think he got out. He got in. He probably got out the same way.
Because they can't see, so they use sonar.
Well, I'm sure that the bat could have found food in the house and water enough to live for a while. Oh, thank you, Dr. Fibes, Nikki Haley. Yeah. I knew that name, but I just can't think of it right now. I'm really tired.
Hey Meyer, did you see the new mask I got today?
No. What'd
I'll
you
show
get?
you. It's really cool. It's inspired by the one you have,
Yeah,
but I
it
added
is.
something to him. Hold on, let me put his.
Whoa. Oh.
You could, you know what you should do? You know what you need to do is get your friend, the customer that laughs, has that great laugh. Bring next time he comes in the store, have him get him laughing, and then move the ape's mouth along like he's laughing, and just put it on Instagram. It'll go viral.
Is that
Or,
Zagoni?
or have the
Is
ape
it-
talking about
I was
shopping.
This
looking
is the Goni. Yeah, it smells like. Let me smell it. Hold on. It smells like vanilla cake. It smells like vanilla cake.
they have
Oh.
so I looked at that mask and then they have a really good chimpanzee also that's same quality. That's really good. I saw it because it was on sale and it was the deluxe like this.
This
This
is
is the
the
deluxe.
this is the
The real
deluxe ape.
yeah.
That almost looks
Yeah, I've
Planet of
looked
the
at
Apes
these.
like.
It's
Um,
I love how soft it is. So they spray it really well. They smell really good, and the latex is a better quality. It's like thick and soft, right, Kevin?
Yeah, they make a better version where it hooks to your jaw, and so you can talk.
Oh, I thought
oh,
that was what this one was.
No, that's a $70 mask. It like straps to your jaw, but this one's the deluxe. There's a cheaper ape, and then there's this the middle. This is the middle ape.
This is a good company. I want to buy more of their stuff. After
I
I
bought
find
these,
out.
I bought these goggles, and they fit perfectly, and they came on the same day.
Oh, cool. Those look great. That looks really good,
that
man.
is that is fantastic. If you got rid of the tag and just took a picture of that, it would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's also original enough that it would be a good like Gotham City Comics image too.
Yeah,
Something like
or a good mugshot for your page. That could be
oh
you.
I
yeah,
tried wearing it, but it wasn't very. I couldn't see because you have the mask and then blinding you, and then you have this blinding you.
so can you see clearly through the and without the mask? Can you see through those goggles? What are those? What
Yeah,
are
but
these goggles?
they're like pink. When you look at them, they're like pink though.
What are they
That's what you
called?
see. I don't even know. But you're looking at that when you look through them, and then you have a
So
mask, so it takes that down to about 50%.
so they're made to look like the X-ray goggles or goggles from like a comic book ad. Is that what it is? Kind of.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's what I
cool.
thought when I saw them.
Yeah, I've never seen those. Those are really neat.
But do they block UV light?
I think one of the things it says is they
Does not.
don't. They're not good sunglasses. I think it
I
said on the.
I was joking, but I can't believe they put that on the tag.
They probably have to. Yeah, costume
Yeah.
use only or something like that on the tag. Don't drive your car in these glasses.
Don't try to look at the eclipse with them.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little sticker on it. Let's see what the sticker says. Probably says something about. Here, I gotta put. Oh, I can't see it. Can you read that? I stuck it on here so you can read it. Oh, then maybe they are UV.
That's hilarious.
What's that say?
UV 400 ultraviolet protection.
Okay.
Yes,
What
they
kind of
are.
fucking idiot would wear those as sunglasses?
I guess they are sunglasses, but
Uh, well, oh man, can you give us a preview of next Wednesday's comics, or is it too horrible to look at?
I don't even have them yet.
Oh, you don't have them yet. Is anything good supposed to come with them?
I doubt it. I think maybe that Archie.
Oh, the Archie's coming. All right. In
Hold
the
on.
previews, they show the Archie comic with the original price on it, but I imagine that's before they mocked it up. That was before they printed it. I'm sure they print it with the actual price on it. If they print it with the original price on it, then it would be almost indistinguishable from the real comic. Uh,
Yeah, it's really hard to see all this. Really hard to see. Can you even hear me?
yeah,
Yeah, it's hard to see.
you have the gorilla mask on or the glasses on?
Both.
Oh, go to the mirror and take a let's see you in the mirror.
He's going to go to the mirror.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Oh, that's great.
Are they
Oh,
glowing blue?
that's hilarious,
They look like
man.
they light up. Are they glowing?
It looks
They
like it's glowing blue.
Those are really cool. That looks really neat, man.
Yeah, you got to sell those together as a pair. The glasses with the mask, because then you don't have to paint black around your eyes under the mask.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to see though.
Yeah, imagine having to wear that all night in a bar, like in a party situation.
Or in a supermarket, the next time they tell you have to wear a mask because there's a pandemic, that's what I would wear. Store's insane. All of a sudden, it looks like you're in an Egyptian tomb.
Lots of bells and whistles, but won't break the bank. We got that too.
Yeah, we got friendly TV, so we have access to watch that cartoon channel now, but we've been so fixated on everything that's happening in the world that we haven't been able to watch really anything entertaining. I mean, well, it is kind of the news is kind of entertaining, honestly. When Trump was being questioned by those three reporters yesterday, that was classic.
That was amazing. It blew my mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Follow-up videos from that have been amazing. All the clip videos and the commentary videos from it's been pretty good. It's hard to even keep up with everything, you know.
I know it's. I like to listen to the X22 report that you can hear on Rumble or on its own web page, and David Nino Rodriguez and Juano Savin, and there's other people. Space Shot, I think it's Space Shot 76 is. There's just all these alternate news sources where you can actually maybe find out what's going on.
What if I just walk down the street with this mask on? I bet you people start honking at me.
You ever go out there and eat at that little table?
Not in the summer, no. I could grill on that table. That's where I grill my steak.
Like that EC logo looks like it's in the center of your dial. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that's where it's supposed to be. It looks like an EC logo.
So I see there's some more of the new EC comics. They're doing a sword and sorcery one called Cruel Kingdom, and they're doing like a shock suspense stories. It's got a different name. It's something else suspense stories, like anger suspense stories or something. So they're gonna have 4 titles, but it I, they better get better quick.
It's gonna be like the Creep Show comics. There'll be like 1 or 2 good stories in every issue.
But that last one didn't even have one, right?
In my opinion, no, but some people said there was 1 good one or 2 good ones.
Oh, okay.
In my opinion, I didn't like any of them.
I'm gonna take off, you guys. Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I'm
What
starting
time
to
is
feel
it?
it.
Oh, it's
It's
almost
7
9
minutes.
o'clock.
Yeah, almost
7.
7.
Oh,
All
I
right.
thought it was only 6 actually.
Yeah, I didn't think it was this late, but I'm sitting here yawning, and
I didn't
Yeah,
know
I've
that.
been I've been
I've been
tired all
closed for
day.
an hour. I didn't even know I've been closed for an hour.
Oh, you've been closed for an hour. Have customers come in?
Like maybe a half hour ago, I think I had one.
And you were closed?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe we should end the stream. I could go hang out, relax. We've been going 5 hours. My idea was I was going to get the whole comic room organized during this live stream, but it didn't happen because I wanted to get into more of the air conditioning. I'll try that tomorrow.
Hey, let me show you something real quick before you guys leave.
All right.
Can you see that on that board?
Yellow print.
not for sale.
Yeah. So that must have came off of the Sharpie.
Ooh.
That's weird. In yellow?
Yeah, it came off.
That's strange. That it came out yellow.
Is it on the plastic or is it on the cardboard?
It came off onto the board.
Oh. Well, if it was done and the ink was still wet when they put it in there, or maybe it just leaches as it ages.
I didn't know that it would turn yellow.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
All right. I'll see you guys.
All right. Take care, everybody. I'll
All right.
sign off too.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, guys, if you want to help out with the GoFundMe that's down here at the bottom, that would be great. It really would be very helpful. So when will I see you next? I think I've got a live stream scheduled for Saturday. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that because I don't know how I'm going to feel, and I don't know. I think there's a Trump rally that day. Maybe I'll be on at some point. Either with a canned stream or a live stream. But anyway, take care. Don't take any wooden nickels and all that stuff. I will see you. How do I stop? How do I stop this crazy thing? There we go.